victories, man. Garbage man took it all. He struggled with one can. He had to shake it 3 times. I guess the stuff was stuck in the can so tight it wouldn't come out. Bunch of plastic. All of the big heavy concrete cans and stones. It's a good start to the day. Easily $100 in my pocket.
Yeah, Umpire, I was thinking you're like, yeah, just a little bit more.
Well, they had a giant sheet of plastic that they used to cover. They used it as a protective layer on some stuff. So it was like balling up about 10 bed sheets and shoving them into a garbage can. And because that plastic is lightweight, it doesn't have the weight, so when you dump the can over it, it doesn't fall out. He struggled with that one a little bit. I should have put something heavy at the bottom of the can. That would have, he flipped it upside down, it would have pushed that plastic out. He got it though. But more importantly, the 4 cans that had the, like I said, 400 pounds of concrete and rock, he dumped all of those.
Was he using a crane or no?
This is the kind of garbage truck where it has the arm that comes out from the side and it has like a grapple on it that grapples the can, self-dumping.
Yeah. So it was having some trouble?
Oh, I've already defeated it once. On the first week of the project, I put 4 cans out, and the one was so heavy that he tried like 4 times. It would go like halfway up, and then his hydraulics would fail. He finally set it back down. So he left that one behind. And Mrs. Pirate and I had to go out, and it was actually when she was doing sod work, we filled it up with wet sand. It was supposed to be grass clippings and old sod, but unfortunately it was primarily consisted of wet sand. But we had to shovel, I don't know, 100 pounds of sand out of the garbage can, put it into another one to lighten the load. And then the following weekend he was successful. But that was when we realized that there are limitations. That you can't just put 600 pounds. I mean, we had so much shit in one garbage can that I couldn't move it. And I'm a bull of a man, even the fact that even though I'm almost 60 years old, I'm still a bull of a man. I can't go very long, but I can go like hell for 5 minutes. I couldn't even move. I couldn't move that garbage can 4 inches. So we quit, and it created more work for us. So we finally realized the threshold, and it's really about weight, not volume, obviously. But with concrete, stone, and rock, or the most dense material, wet sand, you really don't want to go much more than 30%. 35% of the can, you fill it up, And the way I realized, I figured it out was if I grab that, it's got wheels on it. If I grab that can and attempt to tip it over so I can roll it, if I can't tip it over to roll it, it's got too much in it. And there's several of them where I've had to put my foot against the bottom and yank as hard as I can just to get the can to drop back to like a 45-degree angle where it would roll. That's when you know you're right at the max capacity. There's a lot of savings though. We've done this on 8 weeks in a row, so we'd easily save somewhere between $800 and $1,000 because, like I said, they charge $100 a ton, $97 a ton at the landfill, plus the diesel fuel there and back. Not to mention an hour and a half of work, 2 hours of work. So, despite the fact that it's a piecemeal, you only do get rid of 5 cans at a time. It's free. But it's worked for us. We made it work.
Yep, looks like GrayLeaf is live.
Oh, okay, well, cool. Jump over there. Thanks for the heads up, buddy. Appreciate that. I may have got a push notification, but because I was gone, I didn't see it. Oh, there she is. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. Episode here. I had gone up to see if the garbage cans were going to be emptied, and they were. I bumped into Mrs. Pirate crossing Camelot, so I gave her a hug and told her we'd won the garbage scanning. And I thought, well, I'm up. I might as well go move the sprinkler. Today's the last day that I have to do that. Wet the pool down. They told me to do it every day for a week. And today's the 7th day, so I guess I can send them an invoice. Part of putting that sprinkler in that concrete. It only covers like 95% of it, so I got to move it one time after I initially turned it on. So I waited until it flops back and forth. So I waited until the water was spraying away from me before I turned the hose off, so that as I moved it, when I turned the hose back on, I wouldn't get wetted. But for whatever reason, I wasn't paying attention. When I moved it, I had rotated it 180 degrees. So forgetting the whole time that I had indexed it so that I wouldn't wet myself. And as you can well imagine, when I turned the hose on before I could make my escape, that thing wetted me down. It hit me in the face, shirt, shorts, socks, and on top of that, it was brutally cold. I let that deter my good mood this morning. I grabbed the towel and got off. Hosed myself down accidentally. I give you 9 in. I forgot to do mine, so there's my light. Now we got 9. Yeah, you gotta be careful, Tech. If you're hauling your garbage off to somebody else's dumpsters, you're gonna foul the long arm of the law. This part of Florida, a lot of times you go, condos have a instead of garbage pickup, they'll have a big dumpster in one end of their parking lot, and everybody who lives in the apartment building or the condos carry their trash there. I owned one of those condos, and from time to time I would need to get rid of something, and if I was going by there, I would just back in and rope stuff into the dumpster there. And I was approached one time with somebody advising us that it wasn't for public use. And I was polite with him. I said, well, I own a unit here, so I'm not cheating the system. But yeah, you can understand, because what happens is those dumpsters, if there's one dumpster there, say for 20 condos, if everybody in the community reloads, shows up, well, then what it happens is the dumpster ends up flowing over. People throw shit on the ground. The truck drivers won't get out of the truck and pick them up. It's not part of their job, so it ends up creating a problem. So yeah, you got to be careful of that. Yeah, I can understand, Tech. That's why Mrs. Pirate and I, part of the reason, well, I'd say 90% of the work that we've done with that little dump trailer that we bought, it's like 7 tons. It's a 14,000 pound trailer. It's only 14 foot long, but it's absolutely perfect for cleanouts and projects. I mean, I've owned a pickup truck my entire life, but you know, when you load all that stuff in the truck, you know, you can't, you're only limited, you know, pickup truck with an 8-foot bed doesn't carry as much as people think. So when you're hauling away carpet or drywall or whatever, just trash, you're multiple trips sometimes, and then you have to handle the material twice, once to load it in the truck and then you got to drag it off at the landfill. So being able to back into a dump and just push a button and have all that shit slide out the back was a huge win for us. Not to mention the fact that even something as small as a modest 14-foot dump trailer carries, you know, probably 5 pickup truck loads in one trip. So I think we paid about $8,000 for that trailer 10 years ago. I'm sure they're a great deal more now, and it has paid for itself many times over. Says Pirate joined me, which always puts me in a better mood. She was up when she heard the garbage truck come by. She's as curious as I am to see if the cans are going to be too heavy to lift. So that got her out of bed. She's having her coffee. So everything is as it should be here in Camelot. I'm looking forward to a good Monday. Yeah, GrayLeaf, they had forecasted us to have some pretty nasty stuff here. Fortunately, in the Panhandle area, we avoided it. We had an hour of strong gusty winds, 40-mile-an-hour winds or something. But very little rain compared to what they had forecasted, and almost no lightning and thunder. So we dodged a bullet, but unfortunately, I think larger parts of the country weren't so fortunate. Saw some pretty heart-wrenching footage out of Texas, Oklahoma, some of those places. Multiple tornadoes have been on the ground for long periods of time in heavily populated areas, so no shortage of that making the rounds on Twitter, the internet. Morning, Muller. Good to see you. Checking in from Denmark. Be away from the microphone for 2 or 3 minutes. Now that the garbage man has made his pass, I'm going to go out and move the cans in from the street so that the pool guys can have plenty of parking if they arrive. I'm not really sure if they're coming today. I know they're delivering tile and coping, but I have a small chore to do, so I'll be back. Just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. All right, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize for the departure. Have a safe trip, Nana. Hopefully we'll see you when you get back. Tell her these.
Musical orphanage. What's that name? These. You just not taking your shit. She can look at your shoes.
I don't know what's up with that, GrayLeaf. Diesel's usually not very vocal. He's never been a real big for any of that howling. Rare. For some reason, he walked by one of the cats who were sleeping and just howled right in her face. Of course, this is Pirate giving him what for. You know. Apparently, he's feeling his oats this morning. He gets a little wound up when he sees me with a hose because he absolutely hates a bath. And I used to put a collar on him and a leash so that he couldn't evade me, and I would hose him down, you know, he don't like his face and his ears and head and all that. It was kind of like waterboarding torture for him. So for whatever reason, he may have a little PTSD when it comes to the garden hose. So I think it's funny because if I go outside and I use them, for instance, when we had house plants, or not house plants, but patio plants, I'd go out and water the patio plants. He would see the hose and he would run and hide in the house. So he is deathly afraid of that hose. And I was fooling with it this morning, and that might have been a little bit jacked up. not too bad when it comes to bathing, bath time, but he hates to have his face and ears washed, and even more so, he hates to have his asshole washed. And unfortunately, those are the areas that he needs the most attention to when it comes to getting a bath. So. And he says 300,000 shares have been borrowed to slow down AMC. That's a lot of shares. March 17th, obviously the middle of March. So my long held belief over a year, I was never missed an opportunity to tell people that I thought that mid-March would be the time. For all my political reasons, Mrs. Pirate cautioned me all along that she disagreed. It's looking more and more like she was right and I was wrong. Would have thought that by the middle of this month we would have seen the beginning of something positive. But sadly, looks like my theory is not going to play out. And I'm at a loss to come up with anything new. So it'll just have to be left up to the winds of fate, I guess. Who knows? Could be next month. It could be 9 years from now. I'm out of ideas. Dan Bongino was sworn in this morning, honey. New sheriff in town. It's wet too. This guy put a really good post on Twitter saying, he said, 2 United States astronauts are coming home today. They've been stuck for 9 months in space on what was supposed to be a 10-day mission, and there's not a peep about it on the news because they hate Musk so bad. Incredible. Been trying to refrain from reposting as much because somebody who knows a lot about Twitter said that my own work is getting lost. If I repost so much stuff, it buries my own content. But that's worthy right there. I'll bet you they're unloading that tile up there. The preacher made it in. That's cool. upstairs.
You guys hear me at all?
I can hear you loud and clear, Captain.
Oh,
How are you doing
super.
this morning?
So, hey, what was this thing I saw somebody post about Mr. Corolla? Who's that?
Man, I got 15 minutes of fame. I got 15 minutes of fame this weekend. There was Adam Carolla. I don't know if you watched the Man Show back in the 80s. So he's a comedian, funny dude, man. Dude, he came up hard, you know.
I listened to him when he was still doing Mr. Burcham.
Yeah. He'd made a comment about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, and same thing I thunder away on almost on a weekly basis here about how, you know, if you can't make it in America, nobody can, you know, get off your ass and make it happen for yourself. And of course, he got all kinds of incoming fucking flack from all the crybabies. And I really, you know, I'm not a super fan of his or nothing. I was taken up for the guy, and it's like I'm known to do. I launched into a tirade about how he needed to be careful because all of the fucking losers in the world are going to come at him pretty fast. And to my surprise, he retweeted it, which I didn't expect, and I got like 45,000 fucking views in like 16 minutes, which is I never dreamed in a million years that 50 people would read anything I've written, much less thousands. So it's about him. He's the celebrity. It's not that I wrote anything particularly interesting or novel. It's just he saw fit to retweet it, and then for a brief moment there, I had to a little bit of, like I said, a little bit of moment in the spotlight.
Yeah, the movies he's done too are good. His documentary on Paul Newman is outstanding.
Yeah, he's a funny dude, man, and he's a good guy. He's down to earth. He's not one of the crazy lunatics that's normally produced by the California ecosystem. The guy came up hard. You know, he's worked on. He's if nothing else, he's an accomplished carpenter. I mean, the guy's, you know, he knows what it's like to fucking get out and work in the heat and the sun all day long. He's not your born with a silver spoon in your mouth kind of guy. And those guys, I gravitate towards those. And I think they serve as a good example for young men and women around the world that, you know, your place of birth does not necessarily denote where you're going to end up in life. And he was going on about that. And of course, here they come, you know, the usual bunch with the usual foolishness. So like I said, it gave me a source of entertainment over the weekends and helped me pass some time. But that's what that's
very nice. I was gonna buy some AMC today. Of course, 10 shares. I thought to myself, I wonder what's gonna happen this week. So I'm gonna wait a second.
Yeah, I don't have any dry powder. We're hemorrhaging money on too many projects around here right now. But if I did, I would probably be watching.
Yeah,
it hurts to watch. You don't have to be eager.
I missed out the last week. That low point last week was 283. Not that it would have made a huge difference. I was enjoying watching this.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything anymore, Captain. I really don't. I thought for sure that sometime in the middle of March we would have seen something. You know, you're well aware of what my theory was, and it would appear that I was wrong yet again. I don't understand it. So I don't know if we're going to see an improvement, like I said, in 6 days, 6 months, or 6 years. I am completely out of ideas.
I've been seeing a lot of guys posting about FTDs on GME associated with the XRP. It just feels like the dam has got so many cracks in it. I don't know what they're waiting for. And we had a decent first quarter from all the prelims. So, and that's usually our crappiest quarter. And all our better movies are coming out.
I don't know if you noticed that I tried to tag you in. I know you're a busy man. You don't get a chance to read everything that's posted, but I stumbled across some interesting information about NVIDIA again. And for those listening, I don't have a short position on NVIDIA. I've never owned a share. So I don't really have a dog in the fight. It's just something that Captain Hayden and I have talked about for the better part of 2 years now. But at any rate, JJ, I posted something in there that I'd stumbled across. You might find that an interesting read.
Hold on a second. Is it on the bubble?
No, it's just in the Pirate General. It lays out another guy. There's another person out there who's kind of on sniffing the same trail that my dog was hunting. That it's all.
Oh, the core weave? Yeah, I read that one.
Yeah. Did you read that one? Yeah, good stuff. Same thing, you know, like the math doesn't work on this, and if you don't see what's going on, you know.
That's the one where it shows the pie chart.
They laid it out in really basic terms about what's going on, about how they're essentially cooking their books, and it's all done to inflate the stock price, and it's unsustainable. There's no way that holds up.
Yeah, that's the one that's associated with the pie chart showing the. Is that the one that's also with Robinhood showing what their collateral was? Was that another
I don't
thread?
remember. I don't remember. It's been 24 hours since I read it. I know this. They show they draw a comparison to the General Electric. There was a thing where General Electric made some news for a while there, and they were kind of castigated, if you will, for the whole selling jet engines and then providing the financing for the jet engines from General Electric's financing arm. You know, GE, or the meatball as some people call it, they got so huge. I mean, they were like a mega monster. I mean, they broke up that company into so many different things. Their financing arm alone was a monster. I mean, it was like, and they when people discovered that they were financing engines, and then the General Electric jet engine components were posting positive earnings or showing that they hit their sales numbers, everybody ran around with their hair on fire. Like, well, they're just, the only reason they're selling those is because they're financing them, which was true to some extent, because they were financing engines to companies who, the truth of the matter is, couldn't afford them. But here's the point, JJ. Those engines actually ended up on fucking airplanes. The product, the engine itself, did make it onto an airplane and was put into service. But the example given was that what NVIDIA is doing, the product's not actually being used. What they're doing is far more egregious than anything General Electric did, and General Electric got punished for it. But it's interesting. Thank you. That he wrapped up his summation was simply pointing out that it was similar to the mythical snake that eats its own tail. I think it's called Kirkaran or Kikir or something. I can't remember. But you've seen it. You've seen it many times. It's an ancient symbol of a snake in a circle, and it's devouring itself. You know, like an infinity loop, a glitch where it's swallowing its own tail. So they're comparing the NVIDIA to that mythical creature. And I believe it's accurate. The market doesn't seem to see it that way, though. They continue to love them some NVIDIA. But I think that's going to have a bad ending, just like Bitcoin. It may be good for a while. There may be people in the middle who benefit a great deal from it. Hell, it could even result in some generational wealth being provided to people who play it exactly right, just like the Bernie Madoff thing. But in the end, it's going to be bloody. I'm convinced of it. I know you're a fan of all things fast and loud, as I am. It's noteworthy that Elon Musk had to go into outer space, rescue American aviators / astronauts who have been castaways, if you will, stuck on a mission that was supposed to be, 10 days long? They've been 9 months stuck in space. Our own NASA couldn't rescue them. So Elon Musk, private man, an entrepreneur, an inventor, and a business owner, had to send his boys to the rescue. And I think they rendezvoused at 3 o'clock this morning or something at the space station. They're going to be bringing them home today. Not a word about it on mainstream media. All the fucking hate towards how evil Elon is now. He's robbing the fucking taxpayer and all that other horse shit. People are incredible, man. Bet you if you ask those astronauts who were stuck in outer space, I bet you they don't have a bad opinion of Elon. Ask them if they think he's an evil man.
The funny part about that knucklehead from Arizona, whose wife got shot, and then suddenly he's taking her place as a screaming liberal.
Piece of shit. Yeah. Mark.
Yeah, and to say that he's a naval pilot, I bet you if you asked 50 guys that knew him in the Navy, he was a prick.
Oh, I'll bet. Yeah. He's got it written all over him.
I just have to look at that guy and go, no load. Criticizing Musk.
I want to go, dude, what happened to you, man? I want to ask him, what the fuck ever happened to you to make you espouse these fucking ideas? It makes no sense.
Yeah, if he's so smart, why doesn't he make a rocket company? You were an astronaut. Well, that's right, because all you did was just ride on the thing and drive it. That's all you did. That's like saying, I'm going to go design the next 5th generation fighter plane. Not a chance.
Right. Exactly. I don't know, man.
Yeah, he's a goofball. Good morning, Yucca.
My plan is that I will be pilot.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Good morning.
Thank you, Yucca.
Good morning, Yucca.
Good morning, everybody.
The sun's just not as bright until I hear Yucca.
Look at that. Now I have a question for you. Please. Would you let somebody spill hot coffee on your testicles for $50 million?
How hot?
Hot, like boiling hot, like third degree burns.
Am I wearing jeans?
$50 million, you can chop my nuts off. For $50 million, I'll cut them off and hand them to you myself.
You could. You're wearing jeans, yes.
Definitely. Definitely, if I'm wearing jeans.
My children. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just, you heard that Starbucks, right? It's just a word of that guy. Damn.
Still, I think it's still in the, I think they still could change the monetary amount.
To a higher?
Appeal that. They're going to appeal that. He's never going to see that money.
Oh, that's not nice. He's never going to see his children again. Future children, maybe. Depending on his age.
That's like the McDonald's thing. That's just it seems like every 5 years somebody spills some freaking hot liquid on their crotch and all of a sudden they should get paid.
I'm like, imagine how many people are going to want to do that.
Commenting. Put a post out commenting on it, because this is a perfect example of why if you and your wife want to go out tomorrow and start a little coffee shop. We have one right here by our house. Mrs. Pirate and I, there's a place here where a little girl started out in a parking lot just selling coffee in the morning. This is a perfect example of why she probably pays through the nose for ridiculous insurance. If you operate a business, you got to have yourself a little insurance to protect you. And then so you got to earn so much money a month just to give to the insurance man. And it's ignorant shit like this that makes that insurance very, very high. So when your kid goes out and wants to start himself a little coffee shop, that's why it's like, well, I can't, there's no profit in it, there's no money because the insurance is too expensive. It's fucking ridiculous.
Remember when that happened to the McDonald's the first time? Man, it must be 2 decades ago, maybe even longer.
Yeah.
I don't even know how people think that shit up.
How do you get a jury of 12 to award that kind of money. That's the real troubling thing. The fact that you get a lawyer to go in and take the case, that's fine. The fact that you get some dumbass who thinks because he spilled coffee that somehow or another the person who made it is responsible, that's another whole level. But to get 12 people to agree that they should be given millions of dollars, that's the troubling part. And it's really simple. It's this concept that corporations and big businesses are inherently evil, and this is your chance to punish them, to get a little payback. It's fucking disgusting.
Well, it is a jury of their peers, so I could definitely believe that the guy's an idiot. And there are 12 idiots that went, yup, uh-huh. This is almost the same mentality as watching that film of that girl smack the other girl with a baton and go, oh, she didn't mean it.
Yeah.
You're insane.
Yeah, when the blowback starts and the responsibility kicks in, then it's the old, oh, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. I'm like, who are you going to believe? You or your lying eyes? I saw with my own eyes. I know what I saw. So take that shit somewhere else.
Yeah. You grew up with, yeah, you got to respect me. Oh, how about this? You just got your ass passed and you didn't know how to react.
Exactly. Overwhelmed with anger, like a little small petulant child, pissed off because somebody was excelling or beating them. It's a contest, it's a competition, and the whole idea is that, well, if I can't win, then I'll just I'll club you upside the head.
The same thing happened to Hayden 2 weeks ago. He gave it his all, literally landed on his face, but it was more of his shoulder, bruised his shoulder on the 200 relay. The kids were making fun of him, saying, yeah, we got a guy that's 10-3, he's going to beat your ass. Well, he got the baton, accelerated, looked back, and then looked back again and said, where's your 10-3 now?
How'd he do? How's his, I know you went for a race, and you said you were
won.
concerned about him. Did he good, so.
Yeah, he won the 100, but it wasn't a good time.
Put that injury in his rearview mirror now. He won't have to worry about that. He'll be able to give 100% going forward.
Yeah, he didn't crack 11. He was 11-1. He said he had a bad start, which is about 2/10. So if he had a better start, he probably would have done better. But he won the what do you call it? The meet. Yeah. And he was even behind at the start, so he caught him and then passed him. But yeah, he's got to meet Wednesday also. We'll see if he can get a better start out of it. So many little tiny nuances to the 100. That if one thing kind of screws up, it costs you 2/10. And in that race, that's 2 meters. I've been looking all weekend trying to find a mirror for his car. The dang tire flew off the road, cracked the mirror at the bottom. It took a piece off. And it's a 23, so I can't find a used one anywhere. So I was looking for the OEM stuff. And apparently it must be something that's common because they're sold out on all the small piece. So I've got to buy a friggin' mirror from the damn dealer, which is going to cost me an arm and a leg.
No,
because I think I can't go to a place. I can't find one up here. They don't have any new ones.
You ought to be able to burn something that small. They'll ship you too.
All right, I'm going in. I knew you would hit.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah.
Make sure the lid on that coffee's tight.
Keep it tight.
Keep it tight. I mean, this has happened many times with coffee. I mean, why can't you just add a couple of threads to that lid and maybe have it screw on instead of snap on? I don't know.
to what Captain Hayden had mentioned about the coffee settlement. I have various thoughts on the matter, but it usually boils down to one thing for me, and I get it. I'm biased on this. If you look and see, it's easily researched, a military member who gets killed in the service of his country. I think when I was in, the payoff was $100,000 or $150,000. If you paid an extra $5 a month or something, which I did, they doubled it to like $200,000, I think. This was in the 80s now, so they literally put a price on a dead soldier, a dead military man. Today, maybe I don't know what it is. Somebody else might be able to help me out who's closer, who's been recently served. But I thought to myself, that should be it. If our government determines that if a guy dies in uniform, in service of his country, defending people who are at home, that's the threshold. That's the value of a human life. So if a guy that gets killed in Afghanistan, if his wife gets a check for $200,000, $300,000, that's her payoff. How the fuck do you give $3 million for getting their dick burned in a McDonald's drive-thru? That's the part I wrestle with. There's no parity. There's no consistency to the evaluations. I mean, they have the actuarials, the insurance agency, all these people, they have hard numbers on all this. You get an arm chopped off, it's worth this much. If you get a leg chopped off, it's worth this much. If you end up in a wheelchair, it's worth this much. But it seems to me that in an all-volunteer military where people go in and they put themselves in harm's way in an effort to further their country's safety and security, and they pay the ultimate price for that, they're dead and gone. Whatever check that the United States government cuts that family, that should be the end-all, be-all. So one of them's messed up. If you can get $3 million because you get your dick burnt in McDonald's, you'd think it would at least be worth the $3 million if you get your head blown off in Baghdad. I don't know. Doesn't make a lot of sense sometimes, does it?
Well, what if they kick you in the nuts? Is that worth anything? You know, I mean, like, it's just ridiculous. One is death, completely gone, and then one is you're still alive. You're probably going to get more chicks now because you have more money. Yeah, it don't make no sense.
sitting here jacking around with you guys, and it dawned on me that I had that sprinkler set up. I finished wetting the pool down, but I was using it to try to encourage this sand to compact a little bit where they dug these ditches. And it dawned on me that it was flopping back and forth, and a lot of the water was being wasted. It wasn't hitting in the work area, and I just, for whatever reason, it escaped me this morning that that's adjustable. So I took a few minutes and went out there and locked it into a particular range. So now it's working much more efficiently. No, Nana, his workers. Not Tendy's fingers, Tendy's worker, one of his workers. We were talking about the cost of workman's comp claims. You have to go up a little bit higher and read a few more of the posts, Nana. And
Hello, everyone.
Good morning. Excuse me. I'm quiet, so I took a moment to read through some of the offerings on Twitter to entertain myself. Pass the time, and it would appear that the fight with Adam Carolla and some of the other label people who take umbrage with his ideas about how people need to take responsibility for their own success in life and not rely on others. That fight appears to be ongoing in true comedic fashion. The very thing that made him wealthy, being a comedian, he's crafting there's no shortage of jokes that he's building out of this. Quite funny. Common theme that those who are arguing with him keep falling back on is this notion that everybody, even the most successful, have been subsidized in some way. That their success is not theirs alone. That they owe that there's some debt that they owe to society. Like it's this collectivism that everybody played a role in their success. Some of the most ludicrous shit I've ever heard said, put forward. It's entertaining, and that's what I seek. Entertainment. Some nitwit was arguing with him that were he to be transported via a time machine, he didn't say that. I'm saying that, but his point was if he was part of the hunter-gatherer group from another era, that he would that it's all likely that he would have never amounted to anything, and that's silly to say that. You know, if you take anyone who's particularly well off as a result of their efforts in the modern world, that they've achieved anything, that it's only because they were fortunate enough to be born in modern times. That's the argument that they're trying to put forward, that if you would transport them to a place and time where all these modern conveniences weren't available to them, that's likely they wouldn't have achieved anything. How you arrive at that conclusion and have two brain cells is beyond me. You would think that the opposite of that would be true, that anyone who displays the characteristics or the habits that go in no small part towards producing a person who has a high achiever or who's successful in the things that they do, that those traits would play out in their favor regardless of the time frame. And I argue that even more so if you go back to, an era where we had nothing but stone tools or lived in caves or as tribes, I would argue that even more so you would find that the cream would rise to the top. Those who are more adept at hunting or more blessed genetically with a strong physique and the ability to run and hunt and in brutal fashion take down an animal and kill it and bring it home so that everybody could eat that evening. This concept that everybody was equal, it's laughable. Can't help but wonder how many of these people who post such nonsense actually believe that in their heart of hearts. They truly, in the dark of night when there's no one around, they stare up at the ceiling from their bed just before they slip off to a night's rest. If they're all alone, if they're really honest with something, do they believe this shit? All that foolish, silly stuff that they say, or is it just their habit to repeat things that they think those who are similarly ideologically inclined would would like to hear. I wonder. I don't know if there's any way to ever discover the truth in that, but I have a sneaky suspicion that a lot of them don't really believe the stupid shit that comes out of their mouths. Nobody knows, fan. Not a single person here knows. But if it'll get to 10. We don't care though. We like the company. We like the stock. We buy it and we hold it. We've seen it all in the last 4 years. We've seen the shills come and go, the haters, the lovers, the YouTubers, the financial gurus. Some stayed, some left, some died. Hell, Lou died. The ones that are left are the diehards, no pun intended. Don't really give a shit. We just hang out here to pass the time. See what's up in the news. Most of us all have wheelbarrow loads full of shares. We add to them. Some of us add to them periodically. Some just hold what we have. But the one constant is us. Regardless of whether it goes to, if it goes to 10 cents a share, nobody here gives a shit. Yeah. You must be way out of the loop. If you're not aware that Lou died, you must not be paying attention. That's been some time ago. And says I gave up on YouTubers a long time ago. I never had anything to give up on. I mean, I viewed the YouTube crowd in no different than I would any other group. It's just a bunch of people. It's just a means for communication. I didn't afford them any more notoriety than I would people sitting around a campfire, riding on a boat, watching a sunset while they shared drinks on a booze cruise, or sitting in a crowd at a sporting event, watching their team play. YouTube to me was no different than our stream right here as well. No different than just a group of people gathered around, spending time. No more, no less. The voice you hear is my on-screen, my handle here is Pirate Born 200 Years Too Late. My friends just call me Pirate. But yeah, I've been here pretty much from the very beginning. 7 days a week. Well, not in the market, obviously, but 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day. I think I've missed a few hours here or there. Maybe, I think grand total, I might have missed a total of 3 days, but I'd like to think I've been as constant as the Northern Star. Seen a lot coming and going. I've seen some of them go, and then come back again. No, Swifty's not new to this. Swifty's been here for years. He was just pointing out that it seemed a little incongruent, I think is the word, a little odd that if you have $100,000 in it and you lost interest. But I think think your point was that you lost interest in the YouTube channels. Okay. Well, you know, it's a complicated subject, fan, but not everybody looked at YouTube like it was their, you know, their financial guru. I'm sure those people were out there, and if they did so, they did it at their own peril. But I was never one of those who believed that these giant swaths of people who hung on every word that the YouTubers spoke and then bought or sold as a consequence of that. I was never that in that group. You know, the whole YouTube thing was a novelty. At least it was to me. I mean, from 4 years ago, I recognized that it was just a bunch of really young people, well-meaning, and most of them, at least in the beginning, were well-meaning, but most of them lacked any sort of real achievement in their personal lives, or lacked any sort of, they lacked the ability to point to anything that they had done themselves specifically that would cause a person to give them any more attention than they would than a random stranger. What they were good at was producing YouTube that was entertaining, so they were content providers. And for me personally, I never saw them as any more than that. No, it's not anything, it hasn't got anything to do with hopium. So let me be real clear, fan, and I don't recognize your name, you're new, but tread real lightly here now, because you know we gather here because most of us have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars tied up in this stock. I know you proclaimed that you have, but we don't just come in here and just talk shit about it. You know, I mean, again, if you're looking for a place just to come in and you know, I'm not saying that's what I'm just saying. You're on thin ice when you start talking about stuff like hopium. That's one of the words that's usually used to castigate or to disparage people who are in this. So if that's what you're here for, I would urge you to be really careful with that. A lot of people here are fortunate enough that they just, for whatever reason, they've just stumbled across this play, and now that it's below $3, you know, they're fortunate enough to, you know, establish a position if that's what they're here for, to learn about it, to gather themselves a few shares at $3 and support the company and support the idea that the company's worth more than $3, and thereby they'll financially benefit from it. And then, of course, a lot of us, the bigger part of us that are here, have been here for 4 years. You know, we've bought, you know, tens, hundreds, and sometimes thousands of shares over the years. So we just hang out to pass the time. Yeah, it's not my channel. It's not my channel to tell you to go or come, fan. I have the ability to ban you, but I don't. I'm just saying, you know, when normally when we see things like when people say hopium, that's a word that's commonly used to make fun of someone or to paint a picture that their investment is not founded in reality. And that, and by the use of that term is usually been, it's usually by people who are not necessarily friendly or eager to support the whole idea. That was what I was pointing out. Tom D says, I remember this dude. He was banned from KC's channel. Yeah, I thought I recognized the name too, Tom, but we don't have anything else going on. And I thought it might be entertaining to engage him in a conversation. Yeah, to be clear, fan, this is not my channel. This channel is a product of GrayLeaf. She's a lady who has agreed to step in and help some of us. The preacher, and myself, and Papa Mac, in KC's absence, have started to stream so that we would have a place for us to gather and enjoy each other's company. As we've done for 4 years since KC has found meaningful employment. He went back and joined the workforce, and not one but 2 jobs. So that resulted in us having these channels. So the channel that you're on right now is GrayLeaf, and she's in to chat with you. She just doesn't particularly enjoy talking live because that's something I do find a lot of entertainment in. And as I've done on all the other channels, I step up to the microphone. You'll excuse me. Fan says wrong. Both are wrong. He's claiming that he wasn't banned, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to today or yesterday. It says only people invested in the same stock would get bent out of shape when someone makes a simple comment. Well, that's logical, isn't it, fan? I mean, again, here's the thing, and I don't mean this to be adversarial or abrasive. I'll spell it out for you like this, fan. You found the channel here, and we welcome everybody. We gather to entertain ourselves and pass the time with news, and we even managed to talk about the stock market a little bit here or there, but for the most part, this group is wholly consisting of people who like AMC and have a lot of it, and to some extent, to a lesser extent, some GameStop as well. And you're welcome to hang out with us and share your thoughts and talk. Just be cognizant that that's what it's all about. It shouldn't surprise you if you've been around as long as you said you have. It shouldn't surprise you that there is this habit of people. They've been called shills or whatever you want to call them, but there are people who go from chat room to chat room and just start shit, or they say things negative. A lot of them go in and they have short positions, so they're there to encourage others to sell or to prevent new people from buying. And we just don't welcome those kind of people in our circles because it just kills the vibe. See, we're not really here to encourage people to buy, sell, come, stay, lair, pray. We're just hanging out trying to have a good time. So, like I said, you can understand if you come in and start talking things, you start using words like hopium, or if you make comments that are almost, you've only been here 5 or 10 minutes and immediately you go into like a negative, dark place, you're not going to be welcomed with open arms. That was what I was trying to make clear. He says, yeah, so I want to hear what you guys have to say about AMC. I haven't spoken to any shareholders other than my dad, and he doesn't listen to the channels much anymore, so he's catching up. To be honest with you, fan, we don't talk a great deal about AMC. There's really not much left to say. I mean, it is what it is. We, after 4 years, there's little that you can say, fan. There's nothing new. Anything that's been, it could possibly be said has already been talked about ad nauseum. I mean, after, like I said, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, the time alone allows for in-depth analysis of every topic, from the CEO to the corporate structure to financing to debt to anything that you can. And so after a while, you exhaust all of those topics, and we have. So for the most part, we just hang out and talk about news events. We'll look at this. We'll look at the chart and see what it's doing on a daily basis or hourly, and in most cases, a minute by minute. But there's really nothing left to say about AMC. It's real simple. You either believe that the company is heavily shorted and that someday it's going to see a dramatic run up in price, or you don't. You know, it's not real complicated. Like I said, there's nothing new that can be said about this. Yeah, I get it. You said you're enjoying hearing people sticking around, buying more, etc. Would love to hear the thoughts. Never got negative. Yeah, I'm just saying when you mentioned hopium earlier, that's again, I spoke at length on this, so I don't want to replow the same field over again. But anytime somebody comes in, they're a brand new name, and within the first 4 or 5 comments, you get something out of them like hopium or anything that's negative. The general reaction is to be defensive, and that's what you're met with. So don't be too harsh on anyone who immediately thought that you were here to be disruptive, because that's kind of sort of how you came in. But it could have been an error in judgment. I'll take you at your word when you say you're just here to hang out and learn about AMC. We welcome you. He says, see, this is an example right there. When you say things, you say like, I don't even know why I'm holding it anymore. I hope because my price per share is so far off. Well, that's a good example. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, if you just arrive and the first thing you say is, I don't know why I'm holding anymore, that comes across like in some passive aggressive way you're encouraging other people to join in with you in that. My first question to you would be like, if you've been here as long as you claim, fan, and I don't have any reason to doubt you, I'll take you at your word. If you've been here that long, I would assume that you're heavily into the red. You claimed you have 100 grand in this, and if you've been here for any period of time, then I would assume that on paper most of that money's gone. So if that's the case, there's nothing left for you to sell. If you're down 90%, when you say things like, I don't know why I'm holding, I would argue that the reason you're holding is because there's nothing to sell. What are you going to do? You put 100 grand in it. What are you going to sell it and get 9 grand back? I would argue that's, I don't know how that's, I guess, man. So. Yeah, that's fair enough. He says, I guess I didn't know what hopium meant. I thought it meant we come in here to hear good news, keep our hopes up. My bad. No worries. It is, like I said, I'm in a good mood today. I'm in a good place, and I'm trying to be patient, and I'm going to take you at your word that, we're not here to be disruptive, or more importantly, to encourage people to sell. See, that's the thing. When people find out, fan, if you don't know, let me educate you on this. The people who are short this, the market makers and the Citadel and the likes of them, they're in a really bad spot because they have a debt now. They have an incredible debt that they have to pay, and they have to produce these shares. And when it's not hard to discover that a group like ours here, there's 32 of us right now, we have a pile of those. We have what's called a fuck ton of those shares. So it shouldn't be a surprise to you that they would target a group like that to try to encourage people to sell. I'm sure I'm dumbing this down. I don't mean to insult you, but I'm dumbing it down for maybe perhaps the other listeners out there who don't get the concept. So I talk to them like they're 5 years old. They would send someone as an emissary, if you will, to groups like ours, and the talking point would generally be to tell everybody to sell, because they need them to sell here at $3 so they can cover their short position and make themselves wealthy as a result. See, they've already collected the money when they sold, but they have to complete the round trip, and they're kind of stuck. We'd like to think we caught them, with their pants down, and we're here what used to be called a Mexican standoff. But the simple fact of the matter is, it's not a stretch of it doesn't take a big imagination to think that they would send an emissary to a group like this that meets every day and talks about, whatever. And then encourage them to sell. So anytime somebody shows up and they immediately start with the gloom and doom, or I need to sell, or I don't know why I'm hanging on, they give the appearance that that's what they're doing. They're doing the bidding of someone to try to encourage us to sell our precious shares. So that's what that's all about. Excuse me, didn't mean to cough into the microphone. Sometimes it sneaks up on me. Yeah, Twisty Swifty's he's breaking down some data points there to help anybody who's not real sure how all that, if you're trying to do math using a calculator and you want to break down the units of measure there, he's doing the Lord's work. So back to your statement there, fan, about I don't even know why I'm holding anymore. I know why you're holding. You're holding because you don't have any choice. That's why you're holding. I mean, it may be uncomfortable and there may be other reasons, but I would argue that the number one reason you're holding is because you put $100 grand in it, and now that $100 grand on paper is only worth $9. So only a retarded person would sell there and book that loss. That's why you're holding. And now that it begs the question, what will you do going forward? And I would answer that for you. You're not going to do anything until you see a substantial move up, and then you'll act according to your convictions. It's not too complicated. It stopped being complicated a long time ago. GrayLeaf, I've told the story many times. I failed math. I think the euphemism they call it is disadvantaged childhood. Nice way of saying it, but and as a result of that, I fell behind immediately, first and second grade, and never caught up. And because of that, going through high school, I struggled. My freshman year in high school, I failed math. So my sophomore year, I had to take freshman math again, and I failed it again. My junior year, I had to take freshman math again, failed it again. And as a senior in high school, I was going to fail yet again. Ninth grade math. The math teacher took pity on me and gave me a D, allowed me to pass and graduate so that I can enlist in the military. So to this very day, I cannot do long division, not with a piece of paper and pen, much less not in my head, and I can't even do it with a piece of paper and a pencil. And I can't add or divide fractions and all those sort of things. It didn't prevent me from becoming a self-made multimillionaire. So for any of you out there who have trouble with math, don't lose too much fucking sleep over it. It's not the end of the world. But I'm familiar, though, despite my lack of education in mathematics and all of those other disciplines, algebra and calculus and what have you. I'm still very familiar with all of the units of measure that we talked about before that Twisty was helping me with. Dynamite says, once they started adding letters to the math, I knew I was doomed. Yeah, I didn't even get that far. Fang. See, here's where you revealed yourself. First of all, you say simple math A, question mark. So I got to stop before I go any farther. I got to go back and look to see that comment means that somebody said something about it. There's simple math. And I think Twisty said plenty of movies coming out, concessions are up, stock prices down. So go do your own math. And then you're coming in with big movies have been coming out for 3 years, concessions have been up. Your math is pretty bad if you think that equates to a higher. For starters, Span, you need to learn to spell better, because hire, H-I-R-E, means to hire an employee. I think what you meant to write was hire, which is H-I-G-H-E-R. So if you're going to be pedantic and pick at people for accuracy, you might want to unfuck yourself with your spelling. But then when you used to go with the keep mathing thumbs up, You know, you're being adversarial. You're somebody who hasn't been here 10 seconds, and you're being, shall we say, rude to somebody else who's been here every day for years on end. I'm explaining this to you because I want you to understand why I'm getting ready to toss your ass permanently. And I don't want you to wander around picking your boogers and eating them, asking yourself, why did they ban me? I need you to understand very clearly why I'm getting ready to boot your ass. Is that it's exactly what Tom D said. Tom's shaking his head right now thinking, Pirate, I told you 40 minutes ago this guy was an asshole and you let him hang around. And you're right, Tom. I did, and it was my error in judgment. So, you know, I'll go ahead and take responsibility for showing leniency and kindness to somebody that I thought was eager just to hang out and have a nice time. So, wait, say goodbye to everybody, fan. This is your opportunity. Normally we do this really quickly. It's like off with his head and the guillotine falls and your head rolls across the floor. But today, since we're bored, I'm going to use you like a cat plays with a mouse for a little entertainment here. I'm going to give you an opportunity to go ahead and try to get in some sort of nasty comment or a shitty statement. Give us something like AMC sucks, or give us one of the old good ones like AA's a prick, or come on, give us something here. Clock's ticking though. I'm not, like I said, I'm only going to give you just a few brief moments here. It says, I ran out of letters, moron. I used hire to save space. You people are bizarre. Here we go. Now we got to get him. He's on here every day because he's a loser. You guys need more investments. And then we got fuck you, pussy fart. Oh, big thinker. Big thinker. All right. Is that it, fan? Are you done? I mean, you can come back, but you're going to have to go and like do a whole new account. You're going to have to like go in and do all that shit, you know, that ridiculously boring shit about you got to create a whole new account to come in. And of course, we'll recognize you right off the bat. But look, here's the deal, fan. Just stop coming here, man. Stop coming around. It's not hard. It's not a hard concept, man. You don't fit in here. We don't like you. You don't like us. So there's nothing to be gained for it. Find some other place where your genius can be recognized. You'll be a valued member. Find a place where people care to hear what you have to say. See, nobody here does. Not a single solitary, but there's 32 people here. Not one of them. And I'll ask them, does anybody here care to hear what Fan has to say? Please speak up. In fact, if Fan, I'll do this for you. I'll do this in a sense of fairness. I don't need to talk to you like an 8th grade kid on a school bus, calling people like pussy fart and stuff like that. I'll do this for you, Fan. If a single person, if just one out of the 32 people here will come in and say, Fan stays, or thumbs up for Fan to stay, I will refuse to follow up on my instincts to ban you, and I will allow you to stay and elucidate us for the rest of the day with all of your entertaining thoughts and all of your highbrow humor. One, that should tell you everything you need to know, Fan, whether or not your presence is not just tolerated here, but welcomed. One, if a single person out of 30 will speak up for you right now, I won't ban you. So you don't have to worry about pussy fart. That's going to be my new name. I'm going to call myself pussy fart for the rest of the day. You don't have to worry about maybe that I'm prejudicial against you, or that I'm a bad judge of character, or that for somehow or another Tom D is wrong when he immediately come out and said, hey, this guy, he's been banned multiple times. You should, so you don't have to, we won't have to worry about whether Tom D and myself are the transgressors here, and that you are some innocent poor victim. I'm still waiting, Fan, and it doesn't appear like a whole lot of people are coming to your aid. although you only need one. I was very clear in my contract. My offering to you, my olive branch, if you will, was real simple. If a single solitary person will just step up and say, love Fan, please let Fan stay, then you'll have a life preserver. Nobody? Big surprise, huh? I'm gonna give him some time, Fan. There's a possibility that your fans, the fans, see, there's a little, see what I did there, Fan? That the fans of Fan, or I can't take credit for that because Dynamite was the first one that did. I plagiarized you, Dynamite. He said not a fan of this dude. I'm gonna err on the side of caution and say that actually you're quite popular and that everyone here is eager to hear what you have to say throughout the day. They're just busy right now. Perhaps they're making a sandwich, or they're typing in some thoughts on X. You know what they might be doing? They may be notifying all their friends right now that you're here, and that if all those people that are so eager to hear what you have to say, they want to know about it. I mean, I look at any moment now. We're at 32. I think GrayLeaf's numbers may just explode once the word is passed out on the Ethernet, letting everybody know that your presence, that you're here. Hell, she could break. Her numbers could just explode, or not. I think he's gone, Mike. I didn't even ban him. I think he just kind of slinked away. Nobody? All right then. No, can't play with a mouse after it's dead. That's the problem. After the mouse is dead, the cat loses interest in it. So. And just like that, he's gone. Well, that was fun. Didn't take him long, did it? See, the problem is now it's barely lunchtime and we got to find some other way to occupy our time for the rest of the day. I can already hear Tom D. I can read his mind all the way. We're both in Florida, but the entire state separates us, and I can hear him all the way up here in the Panhandle. His disappointment in me. I think he's just shaking his head in disgust about how I've let him down yet again. How he expects much more from me than this. I get it. I know. I'm going to do better going forward, Tom. Missed my opportunity when he said, "You people are bizarre." First of all, I'm proud of that. There's nothing that makes me prouder than the fact that we are bizarre, because how boring would it be if everyone else is just so normal? But I missed my opportunity to ask him, then why do you keep returning? Why would you come home? Oh, I got that. Very nice, Terry. I see what you did there. The panhandle of Florida. Calling us bizarre. I'm like, man, I myself have labeled us as misanthropes, miscreants, ne'er-do-wells, grumpy, mean. I mean, the list of negative terms that I have assigned to us is long, lengthy. I don't know why he thought that it was particularly creative of him to just use something as common as bizarre. Oh, you can do better than that. Dynamite said, bizarre is literally the best thing I've been called all day. Exactly, man. Every time I see the word dynamite, I'm a lover of music, specifically the lyrics, not particularly the musical aspect, and I know you are as well. I constantly think of this song where he says, how bizarre, how bizarre. You know, want to know the rest, buy the rights. How bizarre, how bizarre. You can't help but wonder what motivates that type of individual. Do they wake up and, like, I don't know, have a cup of coffee or donut or maybe perhaps scrambled eggs or whatever it is, have a little something for breakfast, and they get their day started, and what do they say? Like, I'm gonna get on the internet now and see if I can go someplace and say rude and nasty shit to people. You know, to be fair, he didn't understand what hopium meant. So, you know, it was unfair of us, me, not us. I shouldn't, you guys didn't do this. The error was mine. I need to take responsibility for my shortcomings. And when I accused him of using the word hopium to disparage us or in like a slanderous manner, he did point out that he was unaware that hopium was used that way, that he thought that it was a nice thing. So you can easily see how he'd be confused. It's easy to see how somebody who claims to have been in this for 4 years would think that using the word hopium was not a negative. Sure. Funky Pizza says, they say I'm gonna fuck with Pirate today. Maybe, man. I don't know. I guess boredom, perhaps. Funky Pizza. I don't know. See, this is where Dynamite. This is where if we had the ability to use music without getting a GrayLeaf a content strike, we could pull up the YouTube song of the How Bizarre song. It would be perfect, man. That's just so you know that if I could, I would have. And when he did the whole "you guys are bizarre" thing, I would immediately had my sound man pull that up and then play that for everyone's edification, enjoyment. Pizza says, I know it because I want to fuck with you sometimes too. Funky, I think you're confusing it though. You don't want to fuck with me. What you need is my attention. Much like a young child wants his grandfather to acknowledge him and engage with him from time to time. I understand it. I'm easy to love. I'm one of those guys. My personality is I'm a very charming person. My personality, I have an addictive quality that once people become accustomed to my presence, they can't get enough. And you've fallen victim of that. It's not your fault, and you're not the first. So I would argue that your need to get some pirate time it comes from a different place than our friend Fan. Exactly, Tom. See, now I'm going to have to change my name, Tom. I'm going to have to go into my profile settings. Let's see if I can do that right now. I haven't changed my name in some time. It has been so long since I've fooled around with any of this, I can't even hardly remember how to do it. Shit, Tom. I'm so bad at this, man. I must have pushed 50 buttons so far, and I can't find where I can my name. I know you go. I know I go to my channel or what have you. Or yeah. Oh, I found it. It's a little pencil thing. Alrighty then. Yeah, I'm hating. Whoa, lucky Tom. See, man, I'm slow. I mean, I'll get there though. I had to push 50 different buttons and icons and shit. But now I'm stuck with this shit for 2 weeks. It says I can't change it. You can only do it once in 14 days. So there you go. Oh man.
I heard something's been bothering me since before I just hung up on the last one.
Well, that's unacceptable. What can we do to make things right?
Well, it's right with you. I think you are correct that something is happening in March.
Well, the clock is ticking, man. We're beyond the halfway point. We're into the third quarter, so
The FTDs that people, the FTDs that people are talking about from GME are stacking. And I can't remember if it was Dario or your boy with the Joker clown face, the Ape Cage guy, was talking about kind of happening in front of us with Trump with the tariffs. I think the tariffs are wound into crushing some of these hedge fund things. And I got to do a little bit more research on it. But it all happens to be with devaluing the dollar, which has a lot to do with collateral. And I think these tariffs are out in the open working to write the economy correctly. So I think you were right. It's just, it hasn't gone the right we want it yet. I think there's a lot of things happening out in the open right now that are towards your theory that it was going to take a few months for it. They're trying to blame Trump for everything. Well, that's obviously going on. And he's had years to think about how to do this. So I think it's happening right in front of us, but we're not seeing what we really want yet. But I got to read some more about the devaluing of the dollar first.
Well, I must confess, I never considered the possibility that Trump would say to himself, I can fix this shit. See, I missed that, and I need to own it. See, I was certain that this thing is beyond salvation. This is a Titanic. It's been taking on water. That the doom was preordained. My theory was predicated on the fact that it's already done. They were just in a pulling every lever and string that they could to hold it off long enough to hang it around his neck, paint him as the responsible party, so that they could be awarded with more power going forward. I never considered for a moment that he would, and I never considered for a moment that he would have said to himself, I can fix this shit. I thought that he would encourage it to collapse immediately so that it would be obvious to anybody paying attention and history that it wasn't his fault. Because what he runs the risk of, if he says, I can implement policies and institute changes that will fix all of these things, not just all of these things. I'm talking about the economy, inflation, the stock market, and then by extension us, that if he fails, the amount of time that runs off the clock will give his political enemies the cover that they need to say, yeah, he did all of this. So he's taking on an incredible amount of risk to try to fix it. He has to be aware that because so much time will have expired, that he's going to own it, right or wrong. History will, at least a lot of the people who are going to claim that it was because of him. You're already seeing that now. All the dumbasses on Twitter and X are like, the stock market's down, my 401k is tanking, and it's all because of Trump. And I'm like, that's exactly what I wanted to see, either earlier on and now, because if he waits 2 or 3 years and his efforts fail, then it's going to give them, again, all of the camouflage that they need, all the political cover to look straight into a camera and say, yeah, this wasn't bad policies for generations of swamp creatures. This was Trump that did this. So that,
He's only been in office for like 70 days.
Exactly. A blink of an eye. Just a blink of an eye.
He did more in the first 30. the last guys did in 4 years. And I was actually thinking about this last night. You know, they're trying to do they were floating that if you make under 150 grand, you won't be paying tax. That's a pretty quick way to get some votes. Do you think they will also, I would think, to include everybody in that your first 150 would also be, if you make 200, then your first 150 would be tax-free.
Yeah, I made an argument about that. There were people on Twitter who were all like, what does it mean if I make 151,000? Do I pay taxes on all of it? There's all kinds of dumbasses out there. And I was like, I don't mean to speak for Trump, but I can only assume that the idea was that everybody in America will be allowed to make the first $150,000 that you make is tax-free. And then after that, you know, smarter people than me will have to decide where, if it's brackets or single tax, what have you. But let me back up just a minute on what you, and Pony, piggyback on your idea. Imagine what that would do to the economy. Can you imagine? You talk about a shot in the arm. Can you imagine if you immediately told people that the first $150,000 of your income is tax-free? So instantly, that you're talking about anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000 a year for the average family, minimum extra money. And that's not like a one-time rebate. That's not like a STEMI check. That's like going forward. I can look Mrs. Pirate in the face and say, from now on, every year we have an extra 10 grand to spend. I mean, fuck, man, you talk about a shot in the arm to the economy. I can't think of a single thing in our country's history that would do more to promote an explosion of economic activity. Now, the people who are against that are going to argue that, well, yeah, but how are we going to fund our government? You know, we're not going to be able to pay our bills. I'm like, well, we can talk about that. That's another subject. I'm just saying, if you just focus for a minute on what would happen to the economy, I would argue that you could enter into what I said was an age of prosperity that we've never seen in our lifetime.
Yeah, and I'd hate to be the guy on the other side that says, you know, we just have to move those taxes again. Now it's going to be your first 130, not 150. Yeah, I'd like to see the guy run on that policy too. You can't go backwards when you do that. Because then people would go, like you said, it'd be a huge shot. Well, if 150 was good, why not 200? And maybe that's what he's thinking also. That the next group, whether it's JD or Ramaswamy, goes, 150 was great. Look what it did. I'm saying 250 now. Now that inspires people to make even more money to get less tax-free. Or more tax-free, excuse me. Can you hear the popping?
There's no shortage of people out there who take it to the next level and say, well, let's just do away with income tax altogether. And then there's some merit to that. I mean, this country didn't always have an income tax. The people out there said, well, you can't fund a government without it. I'm like, well, that's not true. If you do your reading, crack open a book, you'll find out that income tax hasn't always existed in our country. So, but that's another discussion. But my thing was, I would rather see a drastic reduction instead of, don't let perfect get in the way of good. I don't think there's a real chance that Trump can eliminate income tax. I just don't think the political will is there. For starters, there's too many nitwits in this world who think that somebody who might have a little bit more than them, or their paycheck might be a little bit bigger, that somehow or another they're getting screwed if that guy doesn't have to pay taxes. That group alone is enough to put a kibosh on the whole idea. But if you just, if you split the baby and just say, well, look, we'll meet in the middle here. Let's just allow what people would normally consider middle class or blue collar workers let them just keep most of their income. And I don't think anybody could argue that letting people take the first 150 would encapsulate the biggest part of middle America. Although I would note that there's some dumbasses on X who are running around saying 150 grand is ridiculously high. Yeah, I'm like, Jesus Christ, if you think making 150 grand a year makes you rich, you need to revisit, you need to do some more research. But again, whether it's 150 grand or 125 or whatever, at some point you need to say, well, if you can let the middle class and the lower class, I don't even want to say the poverty levels, because they don't have any income. They're just reliant on, government handouts to survive. We're talking now about the backbone of America, the people who actually work and produce. They give value to their communities and they get a paycheck. If you can allow those people to keep not just most, but all of their money, then you think about what that would do for the economy. Think about things in terms of the possibility for home ownership, to save for a home, paying down debt, providing for your own retirement someday. I mean, the net benefit for society would be incredible. The counter argument to it is the one I made before was, well, there's not going to be enough money coming into the government so they can give it out for DEI initiatives in Botswana. I mean, that's kind of where we're at.
Well, that's where those guys, I think that's why they've been hammering it home of changing frogs into boy frogs into girl frogs, and just the amount of corruption. $5
million to decide whether an Indian textile workers is happy making t-shirts. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck what people in Bangladesh think about anything. But yeah.
I don't even know how stuff like that happens, how somebody decides that needs to be funded and then somebody gets hired to do that. Like, how does that person even evolve?
Well, it would be a refreshing change. It would be, I don't think anybody could point to another event that would do more for the working man. People say they're for the working guy or the middle class or just your average Joe. I mean, can anybody think of any program out there that would do more to help that group of people in America than telling them that they're allowed to keep the first $150,000 that they make tax-free? I mean, it's just... I think what's come to what's been brought to light by Doge, whether you agree with how he's done it, or all these people running around losing their mind over Elon Musk, the waste that they have pointed to shows that clearly we're paying too much in taxes. Because the evidence is clear. If you've got the money to do all this ignorant shit that they've done, then we're paying too much. And while I'm on this subject, there was all this talk about, and they're still in discussions about how Elon Musk could take half of the money. They're using fast math by saying all of this waste that he's eliminating, that, they talk about giving everybody $5,000 a piece, or giving 20% of the savings back to the taxpayer, since it was our money they stole to do all this with. And I would argue that I don't want a one-time payment. You can keep your $5,000, keep your $20,000. I don't care if they want to give me $100,000 one time. Stick that up your ass. Stop taking my taxes. I'd rather go the rest of my life and pay half as much in taxes as I pay now than for them to give me some sort of a check. Like a here's your little, sorry we were fucking you in the ass so hard that your eyes bled. We were robbing you blind for generations. Here's $5,000. Go buy yourself a used jet ski and be happy. Now, fuck you. Now, how about this? You reduce my tax rate off my paycheck by half for the rest of my life. Maybe then we won't riot in the streets and burn DC to the ground. That's where my head's at.
I can't even imagine half of my taxes. I can't imagine it.
Well, yeah. And that's my whole point, is it has a real material change. It changes everything. Very few, I would tell you this, very few people would I shouldn't say that. I was going to say, I guess what I was going to try to point out was that most of that money is going to go into circulation. It's about the velocity of money. The faster money changes hands in your community, the better off it is. Every time money moves from one person to another, there's a net gain. That's what stagflation is all about. When the machine breaks down, money stops changing hands. So if you reduce the tax burden on the worker, and then as a result of that, his take-home pay gives him more discretionary money. They're no longer living paycheck to paycheck. You hear so many people saying, well, we're barely getting by incorporated. Well, it would stop. It's not like the guy got a 50-cent an hour pay raise. You're talking about giving somebody back thousands and thousands of dollars every year. They're going to spend that because they're no longer be living paycheck to paycheck. They'll have more discretionary funds. And if Americans have shown anything, they've shown that they're not real big on saving. They're spenders, good or bad. That's another conversation. So all of that money would go into your community and start to circulate, and that's a good thing. So
totally agree.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Censor Content said he's willing to take my check if I don't want it. Hey, listen, you fucking Canadians, you don't get anything.
Till you're the 51st state.
Yeah.
And then I'll hear, oh, we always wanted to do this after your first tax bill comes back, where you will get 50% back. I don't want to hear anything about the free medical either, because there's nothing for free.
Yeah.
Somebody pays for something somewhere. Nothing in this world is free. Good old Staff Sergeant Snow, United States Marine Corps, non-commissioned officer in charge of Battalion 2. His saying, and it's for a lifetime. Nothing in this world is free.
Yeah, I went on a rant and gave a salute to the Marine Corps this morning early. All these people talking about how Trump isn't allowed to go after Yemen, and everybody knows a lot of the piracy comes out of Yemen, and the coal incident where all of that, and they've been the people out of Yemen have been poking the bear and poking the bear and poking the bear with their little drone strikes and launching their little fuzzy pumper play school missiles towards our naval ships. And Trump finally said he's had enough of it, so he turned loose the boys with the fucking Hornets and the USS Eisenhower or whoever's over there, and they're over there doing breaking shit like they're trained to do, and everybody's losing their minds about whether or not he has the authority to do it. And I had to remind everybody there was this little group of people called the Barbary Corsairs or the Barbary Pirates. There's a little song that it has a line in it that says from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. It's a Marine Corps theme. The shores of Tripoli isn't some mythical place out of a J.K. Rowling novel. Tripoli is the northern tip of Africa, and where the pirates used to prey on shipping. And finally, two American presidents, I think Samuel Adams or Thomas Jefferson, I forget the two, I looked them up earlier, but them with a few good Marines went over there and put a stop to all that shit, and people have forgotten that there is a great deal of power that rests with being the president of the United States. And chief among them is his ability to deploy military forces when he sees Americans or American interests being threatened. He doesn't have to declare war to act. And but unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of dumbasses who didn't pay attention in civics class or history that run around on Twitter talking about he can't do this and he can't do that. I'm like, well, you're wrong. He can, and he's going to. The same thing with kicking people out of the United States, these green card holders. If you've been paying attention, everybody's losing their mind about how the fact that he scooped up this guy who's busy singing the praises of the Palestinians and how Hamas is being mistreated and that we're actively engaged in a genocide, and they were really being, denying the Jewish students access to their classes. They took over, engaged in all sorts of illegal activities on a college campus. And this dumbass was here on a visa, which is a guest pass. I said it before, it's like inviting somebody to dinner to your house and I start breaking the dishes. And they had his ass scooped up by immigration and kicked out of the country, and everybody's running around, free speech, you're throwing a guy out of the country for free speech. I'm like, nope, you're wrong. You need to learn more, educate yourself, be quiet until you educate yourself. The president has complete authority. It's written right into the Constitution that if we are have an invading force, it says an act of war or, it doesn't say and, it doesn't have to be during wartime, it says or. An invading group, anybody who's identified as clearly a non-citizen, who's made their way for whatever reason to the United States and begins to act in a manner that is counter to our nation's best interest, that is completely within his power to toss his ass out, like you would throw me out of your house if I began to throw dishes at your dinner party. But again, you got a lot of people who love to run their mouths. I saw a beautiful tweet this morning. Somebody showed a picture of a meme of a Democratic brain, and it showed the brain had a gauge on empty, but they had a gauge over their mouth that was full. And I thought,
yeah, I saw that one.
I wish I thought of that. That's very funny. But again, you can't throw him out. This is a free speech. And all the fucking morons on CNN and MSNBC, these people that are paid $1 million a year to look into a camera and talk, and they don't have the sense that God gave a goat. I'm like, man, how do these people get these jobs?
Yeah, all those people are going to be moving to PBS because they can't keep the ratings up to even justify their money anymore.
Well, you have to be dumb as a stump to tune in and watch it.
Yeah.
Some of the things these people say, and they forget that it lives forever on the internet. You can look up all manner of ridiculous claims and statements that they make. And here's the thing, it reveals a lack of intellect. You say to yourself, how could somebody so obviously ignorant, and I don't mean that like a slur, I mean just they are devoid of any knowledge. I mean, if it's not written on a cue card for them to read, they have no body of knowledge to draw on. I'm like, how do these people get these jobs?
I love that picture of Casey and his wife having the beers. That was a good one.
Yeah, it looked like they were having a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, when I looked at his picture, I think that was him at the comedy thing. It said 2 weeks. Forgot to ask him that last time he was on. Is Jesse out flying today?
No, his girlfriend was here for spring break. She departed last night. She was here for a week, and she's flying back. She's still in her last year at Embry-Riddle. So his brother's on spring break, so they're kind of jacking around. He's been here helping me around the house with this pool project.
Beautiful weather, I'm sure, down there. It's clear as bell out here.
They went and took a 3-day course to get certified in something. I don't know, acrobatics, aerobatics, something.
Oh, yeah?
Ben, he said he just walked in the room. Ben certified or something. It was kind of cool. It was the first time he got to wear a parachute. And they did a briefing about what they were going to do if they lost a wing and all that shit. So he said it had a good time, and it was something that was it was a check mark for his CFI certification.
Oh, cool. When just some spin recovery, I'm guessing.
Yep, that's what it was called. I couldn't remember the name.
Telling me I just got called to go for a flight. I've got a deadhead down to Lauderdale and then fly to Minneapolis, and I'm starving. And I got to decide what I'm going to punish my gut with just to have something to eat. Oh, this ain't going to work. Damn it. All I wanted was a bacon and egg sandwich. All I wanted.
Well, that wouldn't be too hard to find, I would think.
Yeah, I would too, except for the Starbucks. 5 people in line. Didn't go well for me. So I got one other Starbucks I can see from the road. See if that one works. I hate deadheading because I've got to be there completely on time because that plane's going to leave without me.
Look, man, I don't think you're going to dry up and blow away if you missed one meal. I've seen pictures of you. You can live off the fat of the land for a little while.
Wow. Wow.
I'm just saying, man, if it comes down to you shoving something in your pie hole and making that flight on time, you might just have to get by with some of those peanuts that you're always bragging about that Delta has.
Honey roasted. I have to do my old faithful Taco Bell. I submitted my test for sleep apnea earlier today. And I asked the gal, I said, hey, can you check the recording? Because it's like almost an hour for me to get to here. And just tell me if you see some marks that show that, you know, I'm not sleeping or whatever. So I don't have to waste an hour. I can just get another kit from you and then take it back home and figure out what I did wrong. Because I was laughing, putting all that stuff on. I don't know how you couldn't have sleep apnea just wearing that trash, for one. But, two, I felt like I was wearing more gear than when I used to fly the Hornet. God, that was so... Man, that's a good spell.
I don't know if my experience was indicative of the usual process. All I can tell you is don't be surprised if you get denied on all of that, because they found... You need two things. You need symptoms, and then you need what they call a nexus, meaning that it's directly attributed to your time in service. And I had all of those on various medical issues. And despite that, they still denied my claim. Now I became despondent, and the whole thing was incredibly anxiety-inducing for me. And although I was told many times from many people, including those at the VA, well, you can't give up. You just got to keep going, and eventually you'll get to the finish line. But I lacked the ability to do that. I said, fuck it. But I can tell you that the way it looks to me, like they just deny everybody wholesale out of pocket. I guess that's the screening process. And then I guess the hope is that they'll have a percentage of people like me who go, look, this just isn't worth the aggravation. I don't want this in my. So I guess it works as it's designed to. So don't be surprised if I'm just telling you what was shared with me was that if you get denied across the board, and then you have to go and play these games about going in and asking for an appeal, and then you go before yet another board and all this stuff. So don't misunderstand, and I might be wrong on this. I'm no expert on it. Just sharing you with what my experiences were. Don't be surprised if this isn't just a quick slam bam process. I know.
Well, I'm actually hoping
that I think Tom D shared. He's a veteran in here, and he finally got some of his issues squared away with them. And I think he told me it took 7 fucking years to get it from beginning to end. A part of it is all to justify these people's job. You need to understand something. All that money that's awarded to the Veterans Administration, it's not to get to the veterans. It's to support just another big jobs program. All those useless fucks that walk around the VA office with a clipboard and they look like they're doing something, that's where the money goes. There's no interest. They have no interest in really seeing the majority of the money to go towards the injured veteran. It's all about jobs. I tell people all the time, if you're a veteran and you got busted up one way or another, and you really want to try to capitalize on the VA system in some way to get some of the money back or something you feel like you're entitled to, go get a job with the VA. That's probably the path of least resistance. Is they look favorably upon you for employment and all that shit. I'm like, because if you think you're just going to go down there and say, listen, I'm deaf as a post because I slept underneath a jet engine for years, and your rule book says that you owe me $500 a month for that. Good luck with that, because I'm telling you, man, it's an ugly system they have started.
Well, I'm actually hoping that this CPAP thing, if this would actually help me sleep, I can't imagine it. I haven't slept a solid 7-8 hours since about 1997. I'm like, and she goes, "Oh yeah, you got."
Man, I don't know how you can sleep. I don't know how you can sleep with a fucking something strapped to your face. I just can't. I don't understand it. But I guess I'm.
I wore those O2 masks for so long. I didn't even realize I was wearing them.
Yeah, maybe it works for you because you spent so much time with a fighter jet, and that's just like it's like wearing work gloves. After a while, you don't even realize they're on your hands anymore. So maybe that I couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like I knew guys that used to take one of the.
I don't mean to stomp on your dreams or your efforts. I'm just telling you, understand that you're in for probably a long, hard slog. Which I know, based on the way you've lived your life, that doesn't deter you none. Just rest assured that it's a long slog process. And what they want is there's endless lines of appointments. There's all these people who, and what it is they need to justify their existence, their job, everything from receptionist to fucking the people who believe me, you're gonna get a real eye opener about how the whole thing works. And one guy will go in and he'll look at you and he'll be like, "Yeah, you're deaf. You're completely deaf." And you're like, "Okay, well, are you the guy that signs off on my disability for my military injuries?" And they're like, "No, now we send you to an ear specialist." And then they'll send you to that. And then when that guy's done, you're like, "Well, are you the guy? Are you the guy that either says thumbs up, I'm deaf, or thumbs up, I'm not? Do I get paid or not?" And they'll be like, "Well, no, now we got to send you to a independent ear guy, and he'll be in Atlanta, and it'll be in some fucking strip mall." I shit you not. This is how it works. You're going to go to some fucking strip mall. It'll be right next to the fucking Vietnamese girls who are doing hair and nails. And on the other side of it's going to be a fucking pawn shop. Right in between there's going to be some sort of a fucking office space where you go in, you'll be greeted by yet another receptionist, and you'll wait, and you'll go in and you'll see the hearing specialist. And then they'll do their little jerk off test, and they'll be like, "Yeah, you're deaf as a post." And based on what we believe, you should absolutely be entitled to at least 30% disability, $500 a month. And then you'll go home, and then about 3 or 4 weeks later, you'll get a letter saying that you've been denied. They won't tell you why or whatever. And you're like, God damn, none of this lines up with every single thing I was told by every single practitioner in office was that I was on the path to having them do the right thing. And without exception, the VA every time would be like, yep, denied. And, of course, now this is time out of your day. Now you're traveling around, you're going to these fucking appointments. Now the person that when you go to the strip mall that's between Truck Farms, fucking hair and nails and the pawn shop, when you go see that person, rest assured they probably got $2,000. They probably billed the Veterans Administration $2,000 for looking into your ear, and listening to you. They'll sit you down. They'll ask you 20 or 30 questions, and they'll fill out paperwork and all that shit, of course, because it all has to look real official. But the ultimate goal is for them to send the VA a bill for $2,000 for about a 15-minute appointment. And they'll be stacked up. There'll be a guy in front of you, and there'll be a guy behind you. So there's this big machine. All these gears are turning, and all this money's changing hands. And if I can tell you this, Captain, if any of it lands in your pocket, it will be incidental. It just, and it does. It works out. I think our friend on here, Tom D, bless his heart, he finally got his shit over the hump after all of these years and all of his medical issues that are bona fide. They're real. He's not some guy, pending that he has some sort of an issue so he can get $10 a month. It was all valid. It was all on the up and up. And I think if I'm not mistaken, he said it took him 7 fucking years and lots of heartache. And so I wish you luck, man. Go with Godspeed.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just hoping if no kid, one of these CPAPs would help me sleep. Man, I'm all for it. I'll take that all day long on one of these layovers, because I asked the gal, I said, do these things make a lot of noise now? They're like, oh, they're silent. I said, no kidding. She goes, yeah. I said, man, I hope this thing works out, because I could use one of those. They even make traveling ones. My wife was like, yeah, you need to get your jaw cut. And I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. But if you did it, then you wouldn't snore. I said, well, I ain't getting my damn jaw cut. I've already had my knee cut 5 times. The last time they put in a metal joint. I'm good on the jaw cutting. Well, I'm just dying to buy some AMC right now, but I am not doing it. Seems like they've been going in big waves. Dow's up, S&P's up, Nasdaq's up tomorrow. Oh, it's crashing. Like they're doing some big shaking. Man, I'm not even going to be able to get my tacos at this rate. Why do I only get traffic 4 miles from my parking lot?
JJ, what do you think about doing a basketball bracket just for fun?
I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll submit the one my son does because he's all over that.
All right, we'll do it in if Pirate doesn't mind, we'll do it in his general.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
All right, I'll try and type something up tonight if I get Pirate's permission and post it in there.
My son's overall goal, besides running the 100 in college, is to be involved in sports. And he's one of those guys that just follows everything. I told him, I said, you really should look into like doing radio. And I don't know what his voice is like. Hopefully it's better than mine because I can't tell. But he did some pictures for the prom. Man, I tell you what, his dad must have been good looking too. He actually looked good in his pictures. In fact, I think I might post one.
He might have mom's genes.
Yeah, he might have that. Somebody asked me, they said, I showed him a picture of his last race. They go, man, his dad must have been athletic. I said, well, he sure was. I said, makes me jealous every time he shows up at the track.
How does Hammy hold up?
It held up. He was sore. But, in fact, you know what? See if I can get it on here right now. So if I go on the... All right, you guys have to talk me through this. General. All right, I'll do that. General. Let's see. Oh, here's a picture of him. I put a picture of him in general. See if I can find his. See if I can find his race. No. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here's his last race. I put it in the general. He said he had a horrible start. I didn't see it that way, but it's different when you're standing next to him because I'm down at the finish line. He was disappointed with his time. I'm not gonna lie, so was I. But he looks strong, and that's all we can ask for.
I just watched it. He's quick.
All right. What's that?
I said, I just watched it. He's quick.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just an 11-1. He's usually a little bit faster than that. But he's faster on that race than he was his first race last year. And you can't just go out and run unless that's your volume. The kids that are running 10.2 to 10.4, that's their regular. His regular is breaking 11 and going a little bit less. So if he breaks it and then goes down a little bit more and gets him into state, we'll see. Like I said, all I can hope for is he stays healthy, and if he's got to walk on, then you walk on. Told him whatever school he went to, I'd get him there. Just, if you don't get the team right off the bat, then you walk on and you bump someone else off. If you're good enough, then you'll be there. At D1 schools, they don't put the second best guy if the first guy is sitting in the dorm.
Anybody sniffing around him yet?
Although I got to order something. I'll be right back.
All right.
No, I can't send anything to a coach until he cracks 11 because I didn't want him to know why he hadn't run all season, like do the indoor season. and that was because of the injury. I'd rather have him put in a few times. And if we got to wait till, you know, he gets to sectional or regional, hopefully he does that again this year. Then I could say, hey, he's running in this race. If you happen to be in town, you can find him. You'll find him at this race, and he's already going to the school. So yeah, you have to be going to the school before they'll even look at you. Say 11.
Yeah, that's 6. Number one,
Is that mine?
next one up, you want to make sure you want to start free.
Thank you. That was almost a heartache. Thank you.
Oh, what kind of song?
I don't need me. Thank you.
Water. Okay.
You too. I hope everybody got that.
They've got Conor McGregor making a statement at the White House today, which is kind of cool, being St. Patrick's Day and all of that, him being a famous Irishman. Why, if you guys don't know, he's a fighter. The man has been in the ring a few times. Some love him, some hate him, but he reached some celebrity status and some notoriety for being a fighter with some skills. But he's giving a press conference right now at the White House, and he's speaking specifically about the immigration and how it's destroyed Ireland. He said the mainstream media refuses to put it out there. There's an ongoing effort to, in fact, hide all of it from public view. But the constant influx of the Islamists and the Muslim extremists and all of that shit has basically turned Ireland into a battleground right now. And although the mainstream media won't talk about it, he's willing to. So if you're interested, I'm sure that there'll be plenty of stuff posted online to visit later. I follow a guy named Gad Sad. Really, really smart guy. He's up on the level of Victor David Hansen and Jordan Peterson. He's of that, cut out of that same bolt of cloth. But I try to read everything he posts. And he's got a book, I think it's coming out, or maybe it's already out. I think it's called Empathetic Suicide or Empathy Suicide or something like that. I'm butchering the title, but the general idea is that people are committing suicide, metaphorically. There's societies by this whole virtue signaling, this need to appear like you're all encompassing and you're such a good do-gooder that you're open. Your country should be open to anybody who wants to come there, and then paying little attention to the fact that maybe that they're coming from a place in the world where their culture is vastly different than ours, and how they approach things like sex with little girls and all sorts of things, violent crime and all that. That, you know, it's not all just kumbaya, that when you bring those people in large quantities into an area, they don't assimilate, they don't become Americanized and melt, the great melting pot theory where they become an American and embrace our culture and add to it. No, they come in and try to change everything to make it like where they came from, and you fall victim to that. So if you haven't heard of the guy, or if you don't follow him, I would encourage you to seek him out and listen to what some of the things that he has to say. It's kind of eye-opening. It's preaching to the choir if you're already aware of all these things, but if you're on the fence, you haven't quite made up your mind whether or not this current what do you call it, the state of affairs that we have right now with this, just I guess there's no way of it. It's just a mass migration, a worldwide mass migration of people moving into, and I guess I don't want to sound hyperbolic, but say infiltrating other countries and cultures. You might find it interesting. She's gone to the bank and to run some errands, but Mrs. Pirate and I are complete opposite ends on this. She thinks that I am jaded and that I over dramatize it, that we're not in any sort of danger from, like I said, Muslim extremists taking over our country or hurting us. But I argue that she's like an ostrich with her head stuck in the sand. I think a lot of it is that it scares her, the thought that I might be right. It makes her fearful, and the way she deals with it is insisting that I'm being ridiculous about the whole thing.
Yeah, I would say take a day trip to Minneapolis, and then
exactly. Then
tell me what you
think when you get back. Exactly. Go look with your own fucking eyes. You know, I mean, it's all over the news, and this is what I can't drive home to her, because again, she's like, well, it's always gloom and doom, and I just don't want to think about it. I'm like, well, the fact that you don't want to think about it, or that it makes you uncomfortable, is no excuse for not being aware of what's going on. You know, you need to understand what's going on, so that when the time comes for you to cast your vote or make a decision, you can do so fully aware of what's happening, even if you're supportive of it, of all these things. But to just offhand dismiss it by saying, well, you're being overly dramatic. I'm like, no, I mean, all you got to do is look and see some of the videos of what's going on in the United Kingdom, Great Britain, Scotland, Ireland, or not Scotland, Ireland, any number of those places in Europe. There's some complete upheaval of cultural norms, and it's accompanied with a healthy dose of violent crime.
Well, I can remember when I was working in Munich. I was working in Munich with a guy from England, and I was telling him his stuff that was going on in California at the time. And I said, if you can't speak the language, how do you think you're even going to survive? Except in some little cult. I said, well, immigration's a good thing. I say it's a good thing if you want to be there, but if you want to, when I see somebody waving, for instance, Mexican flags, hey, cool. If that's your family's from there, I got it. But if the entire area you want to be in is basically just Mexico North, well, you're not going to do well. And this guy was trying to convince me that, hey, the Muslims coming in, they may not be from England, but there are English culture. I said, well, I tell you what, they're not going to do well because they're only going to be in their little cult and they'll never assimilate. Therefore, they will never be in your culture. They'll be just dragging you to theirs. And man, I'd love to frickin' meet that guy again right now. How's that working out for you?
Well, oftentimes, I shouldn't say often because I limit my exposure, but there was a time where I was treated with disdain in certain social circles because of my stance and my beliefs on Muslim extremism, not just Muslim extremism, Islam, and how that in my opinion, it was more of a political group than a religious group. And to be fair, I was in the Middle East, and so I was treated like, for instance, a lot of folks would argue that like Vietnam vets have some sort of deep-seated hatred towards the Vietnamese people, which is ridiculous. It's not always the case, but there are examples of men who served in those theaters, in those campaigns, and as a result of that, they have a deep-seated hatred of the people in the culture from those areas. And I had a hard time overcoming that in some of my arguments with the people who were intimate with my life. And my point was that just, you can't deny the obvious. There's certain things that are factual, and whether I am predisposed to not liking them because at one time they were my mortal enemy, I can understand that, and I'll make allowances for that. But you can't discount everything that I say just because of that. I'm like, there are certain things that are just true, and the fact that it comes from somebody who may or may not be biased doesn't make them any less. You combine that, the average American's general lack of knowledge. They really know very little about the Muslims, the Islamic faith, and they know nothing about the hardline or the extremist. All they know is what little bit they've learned from movies and TV, fucked up news that we have in America. So it should come as a surprise that people have the wrong impression. I often say some people have to learn the hard way. And I'm telling you, they're learning in Europe. They're learning the hard way. They wouldn't listen. And there's no shortage of people, not some old, crusty white man. No, there's plenty of people. Arabs, there's Arab princes, there are dignitaries, people who are very well respected from the Middle Eastern countries, who make it very plain what a lot of this Islamic extremism is about, and not only that, but the Palestinians, Hamas, all of that. You don't have to listen to some guy from Florida talk about it. Listen to the people who live there, who are born and raised in those areas and can speak with authority at length on the subjects. And then you'll learn something. Then formulate your opinions. But until then, yeah.
I think the part that gets me is how they use our own rules against us.
Yeah, well, that's how they do it. First, they're the victim. They're not being afforded a fair shake. They're being victimized because of their religious beliefs. So that allows them victimhood status. The next thing is they grow in numbers until they can take over, become the mayor. They can become the prime ministers or ministers of parliament, whatever system of government you have. They will get elected. They'll claim that it's their right. They're citizens now of these areas. And then once they take control, the very first thing they do is go about instituting Sharia law. They'll supplant. You ask them, they'll tell you they have no desire to keep everything the way it is. The first thing they'll do is say, now we're going to do everything the Islamic way. We're going to institute Sharia law. And then once they become the overwhelming majority of an area, then they deny everybody else their rights. There's no religious freedom. You either become part of their religion or you risk their wrath. And the recipe that they use for that has been around since like 800 AD or longer. I mean, none of this is new, and you don't have to take my word for it. There's a very standard operating procedure. The SOP is well established of how they invade an area, take over the area, and then after they're done, then it becomes a wholly owned subsidiary of that religion, and everybody there has to be compliant or risk the punishments that they met out. And then by then it's too late. And it's interesting. I mean, you look and see throughout history all of the countries that have been taken over by these invading hordes, if you will, and they're numerous. There's all sorts of examples. And from time to time, they've been beaten back. We had the Great Crusade and some other things. But you can't find another single religion that acts in a similar manner. That's one of the examples that I love to fall back on when people say, well, it's just a religion. I'm like, no, it's not. You can't find another religion that acts in a similar fashion over and over again. And we're going to see how it goes forward in the next 20 years. It'll be interesting how it plays out. I don't know if you've been keeping up with it or not, but in Texas, of all fucking places, in Texas, there's a bunch of investors there. Oh, I don't know who's behind it. I don't know if it's something darker or if it's just what they're professing that it is, but they're trying to make a Muslim community, like an entire city that is, I don't know, Muslim friendly or Islamic, but the whole thing is going to be based on literally the city is going to be built on Muslim principles, meaning they're going to encourage concentration of Muslim people to live there, which will, like you said earlier, using our own laws against this, that will allow them to set up a system of government there. You can bet your last dollar they're going to enforce Sharia law. They're going to make it Sharia law, the law of the land there. And it will act as the first outpost, if you will, in this invasion for the United States, as opposed to like Minneapolis or some of these other places where you'll have these heavy concentrations. This will be a city that's purpose built now, from raw land up. It will be built as a Muslim city and owned and operated and governed by Muslims. But what's unique about it is they're going to have Sharia law. They will not have the American system of jurisprudence and all that. So watch. I'm eager to see how that's going to play out. I can't believe that the people of the great state of Texas are holding still for it. Just amazing to me. Censor Content says, will you be able to poop on the beach there? I don't think it's beachfront, Censor Content, but I'm smelling what you're selling. No pun intended. Yeah, I couldn't believe it either, GrayLeaf. I'm like, Texas? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, but I get it. They're like, Jack Below says they're trying to do that in Minnesota too. Courts blocked it. Still up for discussion. It's going to be horrible for the USA. Yeah, the courts blocked it for now, Tech. See, that's the thing. When our friend cohort in crime, JJ the jet pilot, said earlier that they use our own laws against us, that's precisely what they're doing. It's particularly insidious, evil shit, because they use our freedoms, our freedom of religion, all those freedoms, the fact that we have a democracy where you get, people govern themselves, we allow people to gather and govern. So they've identified all those as weaknesses that can be exploited to take over. And again, the idea was never meant that people could invade our country by the thousands from foreign cultures, and then because they now represent the majority, that they could turn it into, turn a piece of Texas into, Afghanistan or Iran. It was never designed that way. But our founding fathers never dreamed in a million years that we would allow the immigration to happen that would allow that. In order for all these things to happen, you have to have these immigration problems that we have. And then when the people ask, well, why didn't the founding fathers, address this or prepare for this? And because it wasn't a thought to them. I don't want to say a failure of imagination, and their wildest dreams. Who would do that? They're like, well, yeah, we don't need to draft laws on that because that's not a problem because you just can't come to the United States. Well, little did they know, we found ourselves in the situation where we're just, for a while there, we let just anybody come, and as many as they wanted to. Well, now you got a problem. It's interesting, Tech, you said, because you said the courts blocked it. But what happens, Tech, if you get Muslim judges? What if the courts become, like I said, once you get enough of the population there, then you start to appoint your judges, and you start to appoint, you start to take control of your neighborhood, as it's all good and proper. So they put their people in power, and then you no longer have a court system that will prevent it. The next thing you know, you could conceivably have a public school system where little girls are told they have to wear a burqa, or they have to cover themselves in a black robe before they're allowed to come to school there, if they're allowed to go to school at all. And I know there's people out there like, oh, stop it, Pirate, now you're just being dramatic. And that's what my wife would say if she was here. And I'm like, no, that's exactly how it works. I tell you, Tech, I get into some discussions, heated debates with people about this all the time. And often one of the biggest attacks they try to take with me is it's just another religion. They're just trying to practice their religion. I'm like, you see videos of 25 or 30 Muslims that have their prayer rugs out, and they're on an interstate where they pull their cars over, and they all get down and they face towards Mecca, as is their custom, to have their, they have the call to prayers I think 7 times a day. And you say to yourself, well, if you really are such a devout Muslim that you need to pull your car over and park and face Mecca, why do you feel the need to go out in the traffic and do it to stop traffic? Well, it's because it's not about strict adherence to their religious principles. It's about sending a signal. They're going to show you they can stop traffic, and it's a display of power. It's a flex, as the young kids call it today. So it's a display of power that we're here, and look what we can do. We can actually stop traffic. This is the same thing. I saw pictures of them on airplanes where a plane lands and it's time for everybody to depart, and they put a prayer rug down. He gets on their knees and they start to pray. Nobody can get off of the plane. None of that is about being a devout Muslim and praying. It's all about disrupting a lifestyle and proclaiming we're here and we're taking over now. Things are going to be our way. And it's in a way to embolden their believers and send a signal. People need to recognize it for what it is. Hey, Ro AMC, good to see you. Have a good day, Barcode. Family just returned from Walmart, or as I'm fond of calling it, Fight Club. I didn't even hear him. Mrs. Pirate said that upon returning from Fight Club, she saw that they have delivered our tile for the pool. Favors. Oh, really? Man, she said even the cobblestones. I would imagine it's probably what, at least 2 pallets? 6 pallets. Whoa, they put them all in the driveway? No shit. 6 pallets. A lot of materials.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's not my my own work. I'm fond of the word craft, and I stole that from somebody else for calling it Fight Club. But it was apropos because Mrs. Fire would come home frequently, and she'd always have a story about somebody being incredibly rude or banging carts into each other. When the boys were little, she took them everywhere she went. They were inseparable, and she'd be like, "Look out, boys! They'll run you down." They come blasting through there, and of course, they didn't make any allowances for the fact that she had 2 little toddlers in tow. But, I get it. It is a zoo. The fire that's preparing us corned beef and cabbage for supper tonight in honor of St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, GrayLeaf, it's a flurry of activity in the kitchen. She says she's pressing her luck because it takes some hours to do, and it's already 2 o'clock our time. So she's in full cooking mode.
Jesse, look at.
To me, they were like, what's he doing? What y'all did you break me up? The NBC is doing a segment on Delta Airlines. They have a thing called the 3-stock lunch. They're recommending Delta Airlines. It's at $46.85. It's been on the downtrend for change the chart now, so I've lost the data. At any rate, we're talking about Delta, so that'll please JJ. No, Ro, we didn't get into that too in depth. We talked briefly about they're trying to stop Trump by any means necessary, but we didn't get into the whole Venezuelan gang thing. I was pleased to see the way it played out. Interesting, Ro, to watch those on the left and the Democrats and the liberals all twist themselves in a pretzel and try to argue for how we should bring back a plane load of criminals. I mean, these are bad dudes, and it's a mystery to me how they embrace these things and total disregard for common sense, and how that it's obviously self-harm. But they've gone so far, they've crossed the Rubicon, as they say. The Dems have gone so far left, there's no coming back. I was very pleased, Ro, by the videos that I saw. Because aside from the fact that it made the country safer by putting those guys down there, it sends a real strong message that you're better off to self-deport, take your ass back to where you came from, because you risk finding yourself in a Venezuelan prison. That's the message. So hopefully it will serve as a catalyst to encourage a lot of those people to pack up their shit and go back to whatever shithole they crawled out of. And today just zoomed by. It's not unusual if I lose track of time when I'm indulging in the gummies, but that hasn't been the case for me today. And even with that, today went by really fast. We're just a few minutes short of the power hour here. Yeah, we did talk about that, Ro, or two ago. We talked at length about how the president was well within his, not just the president, but his assignees or his deputies are well within their legal authority to talk somebody out of the country. It's they're here on a visa, they're literally a guest, and they're not entitled to any sort of special treatment. They're certainly not entitled to the same rules as a citizen has in terms of their rights. But more importantly, it's written right into the Constitution that if the president decides that they are a threat and that they're here and engaged in activities that are harmful to the country, very simple language, harmful to the country, that it's not just his right, but it's his obligation to toss them out. And that's exactly what happened. All the people in the left running around talking about I thundered on and on about it for some time about how they're screaming at the top of their lungs that it was a free speech violation and the guy was just announcing his support for Hamas and all that. I'm like, bullshit. You know, he's a troublemaker, engaged in not just protesting, but they were engaged in criminal activities on a college campus and denying other people access to classrooms, threatening them, all those sort of things. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, you think it's surprising that he's been tossed out of here? I think it set a good example. Yeah, Ro, I read it somewhere and I repeated it. It would be similar to if you were to invite me to your house for dinner and then I immediately started throwing glasses and dishes around. Or at a minimum, not even to be that hyperbolic or dramatic about it, let's just say I immediately started to use abusive language towards your household and start to declare that your wife's cooking was awful and that there needed to be an entire change made to your household, that you needed to divorce your wife and marry a woman who could actually cook, all those sort of things. It's the same thing. Come here on a visa as a visitor and then immediately go around and say that you're here to burn the whole system down. I mean, that's literally, they've got him on camera saying that he wanted to help participate in destroying the Western way of life. And there was nothing vague about this guy. I mean, you could make arguments about it if it was somebody just going around and maybe he was supporting, say, the Clintons or the Bidens. You'd be like, oh, you're just throwing him out because he's supporting a candidate that's not of your choosing. We're like, no, that's not the case. This person's advocating towards the destruction of our way of life and our government, and he's not even a citizen. And the funniest thing about that whole thing, Ro, and I shouldn't say funny, it wasn't funny, but one of the things that's noteworthy was that their interview when and I wasn't aware of this because I don't know anybody who's a green card holder or a visa holder for that matter, but apparently when you apply for a visa to come visit the United States, they'll ask you a series of questions. You know, are you a member of a terrorist organization? Are you openly hostile towards the United States? So he lied about all of those things because as Rubio handed some talking head their ass when he pointed out to them on national TV that if he had been honest when he answered his questions on the interview, he would have never been given his visa in the first place. And I thought to myself, that's the end of the argument right there. Stop it with the old you can't throw him out, where they're like, he should have never been here in the first place. If he had been honest, if he wasn't a liar and just been honest about it, he would have never been given the visa to begin with. That's the end of the conversation. They don't have it that way. Yeah, Ro said America is getting better every day. I believe that, Ro. I believe we're healing. I believe that everything is improving. It's similar, Ro, to when I engage on a house flip or a remodel project, or I buy some shithole that was a meth house in the worst part of town. Mr. Park and I used to kid around. We called it the 3 days of hell. The very first 3 days after I took control of a property was literally hauling all the trash off, the garbage, the fucking beer bottles, the needles, all the things that accumulate around a property that has been left into disrepair and has been inhabited by people who are just animals. So before you can even begin to go about making repairs or improvements, the very first thing you got to do is clean house, if you will. And we always called it the 3 days of hell because it seemed like it always just took that long before you roll up, endless rooms of carpet that reeked of dog piss. Or once the carpet's up, you pull up the padding that's underneath and it's like mushy with urine and all of that. Everything that you could think of. The bathrooms, and I won't even get into all that, the kitchens, the refrigerator. Rule number 1, never open the refrigerator. If you buy an abandoned house, I'll give you your tip of the day for real estate, never open a refrigerator. There's been no electricity on. The house has been empty for quite some time. For the love of God, man, do not open that refrigerator. But we would do the 3 days of hell. Then you're left to see, okay, now what do we got to work with? And you're like, okay, now I see what we got. And then you go about your demolition. You're ripping out drywall and you're pulling down popcorn ceilings and hauling and picking out, dismantling doors that have been kicked off the hinges. And then once that, and then cutting the grass that's 4 feet high. All of the things that go along with. You haven't even begun to touch the project yet, and you have 3 days of that hell. So that's where I think our country's at, Ro. We're in that 3 days of hell right now before the new drywall can begin to go up and the drywall guys can mud the joints and then maybe get some painters to throw some paint around. And then long before the new carpet or tile goes in, you start looking around, you go, man, it's not looking too bad around here now. Place don't stink anymore. The walls are fixed. Got new windows in, they're not busted. The front doors not kicked off the hinges, and then you start to see, what you knew was there all the time, the possibilities for something better. And I'd like to think that your comment is accurate. America, yes, is getting better every day. AMC said, if you're a visitor in someone else's house, you should respect the place or you can get the fuck out. Yeah, Ro, I've never had, in all my 59 years, and I've been a homeowner for the better part of 30, I've never had to throw anyone out of my home. But I'm the type of person who commands respect. You may not like me. You'll certainly fear, I shouldn't say fear me, not everyone fears me, but I'm just the type of person that I insist that people respect me. And I think that because of that, I haven't had anyone in my Camelot, whatever castle I happened to occupy at the time, to give me any reason whatsoever to toss them out. Now, coincidentally, my wife has thrown someone out. We've been together 30 years, and one time I saw her throw somebody out, and strangely enough, it was a lifelong friend. And it's really interesting that we don't have time to get into it tonight, but she had a friend who, I don't know if they felt like because of their lifelong friendship that they enjoyed some special status that would allow them to be disrespectful to the house itself. Not necessarily Mrs. Pirate or me, but just the house. I won't go into the details, but it culminated in a really bad dispute or fight, argument, and it ended up in them being asked to leave and never come back. Yeah, some people just, I don't know. It's hard to understand what makes people make the decisions that they make sometimes. The same way with the visa holders and these green card holders and all that stuff. I think a lot of times they forget they're a guest, or they forget that there are their expectations, minimum level that they're required to meet. Rose said, by the way, I'm not heartless and I'm not some Confederate flag waver. I'm a moderate. I voted liberal most of my life, but I've seen the lies they tell. COVID changed everything. Yeah, I think that was an eye-opener for a lot of people, Ro. That there was no denying what happened. And as a consequence, people had to reevaluate some of their long-held beliefs towards politics and parties and on both sides and government in general. Said liberals have a huge blind spot, and it's common sense. Sometimes things aren't complicated. Complexity is a mask for corruption. I believe that, bro. I believe it 100%. Well, it's nice to see AMC above $3. $3 and a nickel to be exact. That's better than $2.89 or $2.90. GameStop has seen a steady incremental run up today on the 1 minute chart. Breaking news. The Veterans Administration is phasing out treatment for gender dysphoria. Well, good. All savings from this change will go towards helping paralyzed veterans and those amputees. It says, I don't mean any disrespect to anyone, but if veterans want to attempt a sex change, they can do so on their own dime. That's from Doug Collins. the new administrator of the Veterans VA. So good for him. But stop to that dumb shit. The second thing that pops up on my feed is some woman screaming into a microphone with a bunch of people behind her with purple and pink hair about how we need to remove the president or there will be violence. And I just wish I could get a message to her real quick and ask her how she thinks that's going to play out. It's always the same. These people that are screaming to others about they need to be violent and do violence. I'm like, you realize the side that really has the skill set and the tools to do well in a violent environment, it's not the Democrats. Mrs. Pirate was sharing with me that she picked up some lottery tickets while she was at Fight Club. Apparently, the lottery's up over 300 million. So if I don't show up after the lottery drawing, we'll know what time it is.
That means you're going to be the whale.
Crazy, wouldn't it? Man, if I won $300 million, I start getting bacon on my pizzas, I think. Normally, I'm limited to mushrooms and pepperoni. If if we're particularly flush with cash at that moment, sometimes I can get extra cheese and extra sauce, but bacon is like, I think they charge $6 to add bacon to a large pizza.
I can see you just start your own bacon farm at that point, right?
What's that?
If you get like this one ultimate or something, you can change my.
Mrs. Barrett said she's discovered a workaround or a loophole. She's got a hack. She said something about she orders the Supreme pizza and Ultimate Supreme or something, and then just changes the ingredient so that it reflects just the mushrooms, pepperoni, and the bacon. I would imagine, though, if you dug into it, I don't know. Sometimes her hacks are accurate. But so there's no upcharge for getting the Supreme Deluxe to begin with. I mean, the bacon, the fact that, I mean, they charge more than $6 to add bacon to a pizza. Oh, okay. I got you. And Caroline Lovett, the incredibly attractive young lady that Trump has put in front of the press room and give the White House press briefings, and the Emmanuel Macron, or one of the French nitwits, was making a big statement about how they're demanding that we give the Statue of Liberty back. That America no longer represents the French values that caused them to give it to us in the first place. And she literally told them that it's only because of the United States that they're not speaking German right now. That's nice. And accurate, I might add. I have a hard time taking the French serious on anything they say. I made a joke, but there was some truth to it that, the stereotype of the Frenchman is one of a coward. If you talk to anybody who follows military history or a historian buff or likes things, whether or not they were served in the military or not, that they're just interested in that. There are certain stereotypes that are given to certain groups, and the French aren't exactly renowned for being warlike or warriors. Generally, it's an attitude of one of cowardice and weak. Now, whether it's accurate or not, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the stereotype, but it exists for a reason. Rose says, I love that the people too afraid to carry a firearm are the first to pick a fight. Bro, this is going to make you laugh. While you were typing that, I was over on Twitter. I bounce back and forth when we're bored here on Twitter, and from time to time I'll make comments. And I was literally typing in something. I didn't use those exact words, but what I said was what I shared with you guys, was that it's interesting to me that there are people getting up in front of microphones advocating for violence to achieve political ends. Like, it's time for us they're literally saying be violent. And I'm thinking to myself, there's one group that is known for having skill set and also the tools, meaning guns, that go along with violence, and it's not the Democrats. So why would you run around screaming, let's fight, let's fight? I'm like, you got to be a little on the dim-witted side to take that approach.
Well, they do start with the D.
Yeah, I'm like, man. I tried to make a joke, and I wrote in there, I said, this is like having an invalid insist on a fist fight with Mike Tyson, or I think I put pro boxer. I changed it to pro boxer, but it kept changing invalid to invalid, and so I changed the word invalid to someone who's paralyzed. But my point being is like it's laughable on its face, but it doesn't stop them. Look, and again, man, it's one of these things that I find it so repulsive. It's attention seeking. 99% of the time, these people, all they want is somebody to pay attention for them. They're like, oh, they feel like it's their 15 minutes of fame, as Andy Warhol said. They're up on a stage, there's a microphone, there's anywhere from 100 to 10,000 people listening, whatever. And they really, if this is their moment, and they really got to shine. This is their chance to be Elvis and Humphrey Bogart and Demi Moore and all the famous celebrities rolled into one. This is their chance. You know, it's their Brad Pitt moment. And the best they can come up with is some of this shit. I'm like, this is your best? This is your champion? These are the people you selected to come forward and speak for the group? Yeah, bro. She's a smoke show for sure. She is a hottie and they hate her for it. They absolutely fucking hate her for it. Typical shit. Same old, it's never changed. It's been that way before we were here, and it'll be that way long after we're gone. And what's even more painful for them to come to terms with, Ro, is that not only is she 100 times better looking than all of them, but she's 1,000 times smarter. I promise you could take everybody in that press pool room, and if you put all their brain power together, they'd have a hard time matching what she has. So it's a beautiful thing to see. I follow a guy on Twitter named the Fat Electrician because why wouldn't you? I mean, the name alone, anybody who calls himself the Fat Electrician, that automatically demands a follow. But he did a thing where he said, I bet I can piss people off just by posting definitions. And he started out with terrorism. He just puts the word terrorism and then the definition right behind it. And sure enough, man, here they come. It's the funniest shit.
She sometimes phone.
Ten minutes left on the game clock. Another Monday in the history books.
What's up, Pirate? How goes you?
I'm having a good day. Sorry it took me a minute to respond there. I have my microphone muted. I got some crosstalk here. We got a lot going on. No, I'm having a good day, man. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm good, man. Nothing to complain about. Good weather up here. There's a little bit of a storm last night. Didn't hit us too bad, so I'm pretty thankful about that.
Yeah, considering what everybody's gone through with that last wave of tornadoes and stuff.
You got that right.
Recently, who's got a lot to be thankful for. These people got fucked out there.
Yes, they did. Any news today?
No, nothing. It's actually boring, quiet. We had a little bit of fun. We had an asshole show up earlier. He started out, he tiptoed in, and it took him about 3 minutes to start being nasty. We made a little entertainment out of fooling around with him for a little while, and then finally he left as quickly as he came in. And other than that, it's been a real quiet day. Not much to do a report on.
I haven't been around. What's the pool status?
Today they delivered 7 pallets of material. All the cobblestone showed up for the patio, and the tile and coping showed up. And today is day 7 of the curing process, where that was the minimum amount of days I was encouraged to water it with a sprinkler. So yeah, we're moving along nicely.
Do they have an anticipated completion date or time range?
The total, they said 6 to 7 weeks from the beginning, and we're better than halfway through it. But I tell you, it'll take them. They'll lay all the tile and all the coping in one day, but then that has to set up and get hard. So that'll be another 3 or 4 days. The gunite itself is supposed to take like 28 days to cure, but it's already been over a week. So while the tile and the coping is curing, the gunite will continue to harden up, and we'll get a little bit closer to it. And then the very last part of the process, they put the plaster coat on. But yeah, it doesn't matter as long as it's done by spring, early summer, and we're going to easily achieve that. So there'll be all sorts of other bullshit has to be attended to. I have to put guardrails back around the whole thing. It didn't have railings up before because it had a screen enclosure, so I have to source some railing. And I got some work to do on the seawall, and some other things. So, yeah. But no, we're on the downhill side of that project.
Good. Good.
There's landscaping to do, some sod work. They've just destroyed large portions of the yard, which is to be expected.
Right. Right on. What's the guy from Northern Virginia? What's his name? I haven't seen him around lately.
That's Real Rugged DIY.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he got called. I think he got called back to work. I think he was on one of those work from home projects, and I might be wrong, but I know he told me he had to go back at least like 3 days a week or something. So I'm not sure if that hasn't played a role in him not being around.
Right. I love y'all, but I'm at the point now where this shit's going to happen. It used to just involve every waking moment, honestly. And now it's like, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So I don't make it much of a priority anymore, honestly.
Yeah, all you can do is live your life, man, and sit on your shares and see what happens.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm out of ideas. It could happen in 6 days, 6 months, or 6 years. I don't know. I'm convinced it happen, but it's just a matter of when. So
that's right. And I think that was a big problem and that's us as humans too. We're not very patient at times. And so you wanted somebody telling you it's going to happen next week, it's going to happen tomorrow, it's going to happen 3 weeks from now, but nobody fucking knows.
Nobody knows exactly.
And y'all probably already talked about it, but these auto pen signatures that the prior administration did, it'll be interesting to see what they rule on that. Have you kept up with that at all?
Yeah, I've kept up with it. I haven't really made any opinions public about it. I can tell you this: it's going to be a hard case to try to say that none of that's valid, because the simple fact is, the whole idea of an auto pen is because it's so he doesn't have to do the physical work of doing, signing document after document after document. What you would need for that, all the work, is you would need him to come out and say, yeah, I would have never signed that if I knew what that was. And I don't see that happening. I don't see a world where you get Biden to go on the record and say, yeah, they did something with an auto pen that he didn't approve of. It's just not going to happen.
I don't think you need that, but I think it'll be something eventually that'll be more well defined as what has to be a signature and what can be computer generated. That's what I see. I don't know enough about like what can be generated and what had to actually be a pen signature to say. I just think it'll be more. I think it'll go to the Supreme Court and it'll eventually get clarification as to what they'll either say no, we have no jurisdiction on this, or they'll give more clarification. If I had to guess.
GrayLeaf, before the bell rings, I want to be the first one to thank you for stepping up and streaming today. I know you weren't scheduled, and for whatever reason, Preacher was predisposed and unable to make it, and wonderful fashion. We owe you a debt of gratitude for just jumping up there and turning on the stream so we have a place to gather. So thank you very much. He's going to go 351.
That's all, folks.
For you folks will hang out as your custom, and visit in the Discord, and perhaps even here on Rose first row on the GrayLeaf's live chat. But I'm going to excuse myself for a few minutes now that I have some empty garbage cans to use at my disposal. I'm going to go ahead and pick up a little bit more of the tile that needs to be demolished out back. It won't take me very long to run out of energy, and I'll come back and visit with you folks if you're still here. If you're not, then I'll see you tomorrow. But thanks for making it a fun day.
show of the market where the trading candles glow. We gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, Preacher, Pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand.